Good morning, Cynthia.
Good morning.
Oh, what's wrong with you today? You got a cold?
I still have a cold, but we are starting now. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:00 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at RedistrictingMI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There's also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director of the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please stay present when I call your name. Please also disclose where you are attending today's meeting remotely from. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Elaine Andrade.
Here from M Lake Township, Michigan.
Donna Callahan. Donna, can you hear us? Well, I see Commissioner Callahan, but it looks like she may be experiencing technical difficulties, so we'll return to her. Juanita Curry.
Present and attending from remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Ede. Brittany Kellum.
Present and attending from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang.
Present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Attending from Lee County, Florida.
Marcus Muldoon.
Present from Carlton, Michigan.
Cynthia Orton.
Present, attending remotely from Battle Creek, Michigan.
Rebecca Satella. Janice Follett. Janice? Janice, can you repeat? Commissioner Follett, if you can hear us, can you repeat? If you said present already, we were unable to hear it. All right, one moment. All right, let's continue. Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
Okay, I'll return to Donna Callahan. Janice Follett. All right, 9 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Sarah Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded that we approve today's agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving today's agenda, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it and the agenda is adopted. So, Vice Chair, Janice, are you able to hear us yet? Doesn't sound like it. Okay, so without objection, we will begin the public comment portion of the agenda. Hearing no objection, we will proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you're on the computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you're on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we'll move on to the next person in line and return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period or at a later meeting. You have 90 seconds to address the commission. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant. While he's coming on, Commissioner Villette, I see that you have your hand up. Can you hear us now? You're muted. Janice, you're muted.
I'm here. Do you want me to finish this or did you want to finish it?
You can.
Okay,
We're
so
just
we're
waiting.
waiting for James Gallant.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Villette, can you let us know where you're joining remotely from?
I'm in Highland Township, Michigan.
Thank you.
I also just signed on. It's Commissioner Eid, remotely joining from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. And that first participant is not present.
Okay, next in line is Lori Lisi. You have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
And apologies, that's 90 seconds. Commissioner
Oh,
Villette.
my script says 2 minutes. Okay, 90 seconds.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Lori Lisi. I live in Huntington Woods in current House District 6. My district abuts Districts 7 and 8 and would be changed in some maps under consideration. However, I am not here just because I care about my district, but also because I care about the fairness of every district and the fairness of the redistricting process. Just as I was on Team Lions, I am on Team MICRC. Out of 161 districts drawn by the commission, only 13 need to be redrawn. Nothing in the court's decision calls into question the independent commission process. The voter-approved amendment that created the independent commission states that only the independent commission shall adopt district maps, including in cases where challenges result in court-ordered remedies. This committee has the awesome responsibility to create districts that comport with the court order. This work cannot fall to a single special master working in secret and without public input. With respect to the maps under consideration, I recommend either the Trillium map or the Daisy map version 1. Both maps have good partisan fairness scores. The Trillium affects only 3 additional districts, while the Daisy map does not affect any. I appreciate the commissioner's pioneering work and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Ryan Reese. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me, commissioners?
Yes.
Reverend Brian Reese, House District 14, amongst the affected districts. Thank you, as always, for the time that you take to hear us out and for your work on the commission. I speak today to remind you to pay attention to all of the different rubrics that are involved that have been explained by Dr. Hanley last week. In particular, do not ignore the median and mean methodologies and the efficiency models to help to ensure that partisan fairness is fully addressed on that subject. And the subject of those bodies of populations which cross as COI over 8 mile, I find that the Trillium map is not a very good way of addressing both of the sets of concerns which have brought the commission back together. The COI concerns across 8 mile are not addressed well by that map. And I would recommend looking at other maps for that. It is important to keep this to the districts that are specifically affected by the court order, but nevertheless, be mindful of partisan fairness while doing so. Thank you very much for your time. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Chris Gilmer Hill. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
That participant is not present.
Thank you. Next in line is Stephen Walker. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
My name is Steve Walker. I live in Southwest Detroit. I appreciate being able to address the commission. I want to make 2 comments about controversies I heard last week, and then I have a question. First of all, I want to talk about Melvindale. If you're not aware of it, Melvindale is 60% Yemeni. And when I drive through Melvindale, I don't drive down every commercial street. I don't see any Yemeni businesses, markets or restaurants. In the same vein, when I drive in Allen Park or Lincoln Park, I don't see any Yemeni establishments. Now, I'm not an Arab, but I sort of assume when Yemenis go out to shop or go to one of their restaurants, they go to Dearborn. So it seems pretty clear to me that Dearborn would be their community of interest. And I think the map should reflect that. I think it was tragic they weren't included in your Arab congressional district that you drew 2 years ago. And some people have brought up the issue of school districts. There's 2 school districts in Allen Park. One is the Melvindale North Allen Park District. The other one, which is the majority of Allen Park, is the Allen Park School District. Obviously, the Yemenis live in the Melvindale North Allen Park District and are not connected with the rest of Allen Park. Secondly,
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Robert Dindoffer. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, everybody. The comment I wanted to provide this morning is I believe you all are going to have feedback from your VRA council related to the maps today. And I just wanted to suggest that if they don't already do this, that a good lawyer or a great lawyer will be able to take those maps and kind of if not rank them, at least kind of put them in groups in terms of risk levels. That a great lawyer probably won't tell you that any of them comply with the VRA with certainty, or that any of them don't comply with the VRA with certainty, but we'll be able to kind of give you a sense of what the risk level of each is. And if y'all want to avoid, as I'm thinking about it, a special master drawing the maps for you, hopefully your counsel will be able to kind of point you in the direction of which ones are riskier versus less risky in that regard. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment. Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov or submit public comments on the mapping portal off the commission's website at www.michigan.gov. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Follett. Next on our agenda is unfinished business 5A, maps submitted to the commission. Without objection, I will ask our Executive Director, Edward Woods III, to facilitate this item.
I apologize for the interruption. I just wanted to note that Commissioner Callahan has joined. Commissioner Callahan, can you share where you're joining remotely from?
Yes, joining remotely from Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, commissioners. How are you?
Good.
All right. Unfortunately, we've lost one of our leaders. One of our distinguished gentlemen who was very instrumental in ensuring that we had our matrix. And if you remember, Doug was very good about identifying the matrix, the committees, the sunset, and getting that information out. He was one that was very big on organization and order. And we wanted to take an opportunity to offer a moment of silence in honoring Doug and his life as a father, as a colleague, a distinguished worker, someone who gave his all to ensure that we operate in a spirit of excellence and in unity. And we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge his life and his contributions to this commission without a moment of silence. So wherever you are, if we could just take this opportunity to have a moment of silence on behalf of Commissioner Doug Clark, who served admirably as a member of this commission, was the chairperson for this commission, a vice chairperson of the commission, and chaired a number of subcommittees, and whose impact on this commission will never be quantified, but always appreciated and respected, not for what was done up front, but also done behind the scenes, so that the commission operated in a true bipartisan fashion in the spirit of Proposition 2018-02, when the citizens of Michigan created the MICRC in the first place. So at this time, can we just take a moment of silence on behalf of Doug and his contributions, not just to us, but his distinguished career, but most importantly, during this insurmountable loss. Amen. At this time, we would like to open up the floor for anyone that would like to provide a tribute on behalf of Doug Clark, our distinguished commissioner. If anyone has something to share, something to say, we would like to open up the floor on behalf of the commission at this time in honoring his life. And I'll turn it back to you, Commissioner Orton.
Thank you. Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, I would just like to say that over the period of time that I worked with Doug, we became very good friends. He was always forthright, listened to everybody, and will be missed as an excellent comrade in working on these maps.
Thank you. Commissioner Kellum.
I think that I speak for all of us or for most of us, but Commissioner Clark was just an extraordinary human being. He will be missed. And my heart also goes out to his family that I'm sure is dealing and healing with such a tremendous loss. I think this just emphasizes that all of us sitting here are human and we're doing this work is also being very normal people, and especially having to take care of my grandmother during this process. I have a special soft spot for Commissioner Clark's family, and he will so sorely be missed.
Thank you. Commissioner Curry. You're muted.
I just want to say that Doug Clark was a very fine gentleman and a friend, and he's going to be well missed. I'm so glad I had the opportunity to speak with him a few days before he passed, and we shared a lot of things that he was in a good mood, and he was probably ready to meet his maker. And so he's going to be missed. I became a friend of his, and he was a friend of mine, and we shared oftentimes lunch or something together. And I'm going to miss him, and I know his family is going to miss him too. And we wish them all the best.
Thank you. Commissioner Eid.
Very, very sad. For me, Doug was kind of a role model, someone to look up to, someone that I learned a heck of a lot from. And he was a fighter. I mean, the way he was able to go about doing this work while fighting through his illness, I just think says everything about his character. I think this work perhaps gave him some purpose to keep fighting, but I'm glad he is now at rest and doesn't need to fight anymore.
Well, I would second what everyone has said. Doug became a great friend, and I feel like he was kind of a mentor in this process. And I do feel for his family who must miss him a lot. I miss him already, and we were blessed to be able to work with him. Okay, so we will move on to agenda item 5A, map submitted to the commission. So without objection, I will ask Executive Director Woods.
Commissioner Orton, this is Commissioner Zatella, just letting you know that I have joined and I am calling in remotely from Wayne County.
Thank you. You're muted, Edward.
Thank you. We're kind of in between meetings because there's a meeting that we're working on as well as while this commission is going on to get prepped at this time. So Commissioner Orton, I don't know if there's any mapping that may need to be done, if there's anything that people wanted to adjust. I don't think there is, but if there is, it may be helpful if we pivot to that right now, because Mr. Fink will be joining us shortly, as well as Ms. Reinhardt, who's already here. We want to talk about the mapping process and procedures. So right now, if there's anything to do with mapping that needs to be done, and there might not be, and which is a very realistic possibility, it might be good if we could pivot to that.
Okay, so we will discuss unfinished business 5C, which is mapping. I feel like on Friday, whatever day we met last Friday, we kind of had wrapped up working on the collaborative maps, and there were no other changes that people wanted to make. But if there are, now would be the time to do that. Does anyone have anything to address with that? I don't see any. Then I think until we have Mr. Fink, who is here now. So, Mr. Fink.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. And I apologize for not being able to join right away here. I'm on another Zoom call, but I'd like to switch over actually to a different device so that we can have this discussion, assuming that we're ready to have it now on the mapping, on the deliberations procedure document. Is that are we
so
ready?
that
to-
is okay. So that's the mapping process and procedures 5B. Is that what you're ready to discuss?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct, Chairwoman.
All right, we are ready.
Okay, so if you just give me a moment, I have to switch over to my other device. So if you could just give me like 3 minutes.
Okay.
Less. Okay, thank you.
Please proceed, Mr. Fink.
Thank you very much, and I thank everybody for their patience. I believe Rector Woods has a copy of the recommended deliberations procedure document.
Okay, let me put it up for you. Hold on.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, this is was originally drafted, or, well, these were based on part of the 2021 deliberations, procedures or process that the commission had in place. Obviously, we're under a different circumstance right now, and so, Sarah Reinhardt had put together a version that was tailored for the current purposes, and then we've made some recommended revisions to that. In part, it was just kind of cleanup and clarification. So some of the terms, the defined terms like draft maps, alternate drafts, and other terminology that has a certain specific definition, definition that's in the mapping procedure document. There's like a box at the top of the mapping procedure document that has certain defined terms. I just used those same terms here, just so that it's clear, for the record. So for example, draft maps, capital D, capital M, is like a collaborative map that the commission has put together. And then an alternate draft would be an individual commissioner's submission that they were submitted, not through the collaborative process, but just as an independent map. And then, and because this version, I don't think, the version you're looking at doesn't have the red lines, but again, it was just sort of, tightening it up, cleaning it up. I made an explicit reference to some of the timing issues that we have, the February 2nd deadline, and then the public comment period. So if you can continue through here, you'll see the deliberation schedule. I just tweaked that a little bit, added that you could, assuming time permits, begin deliberation on the maps tomorrow, perhaps conceivably this afternoon, if there's enough time after the VRA presentation, and if everybody has time and availability, perhaps could commence then. So this is, just kind of a rough estimate and recommendation. We would certainly recommend that prior to deliberation sessions, commissioners independently review, research, and familiarize themselves with the draft maps and alternate drafts that have been produced by the commission or commissioners, so that you're well informed on the various constitutional criteria and the individual differences and between the different maps, so that you can have a meaningful deliberation and discussion of those maps. Then we recommend that the commission review as a group, during the public meeting, each complete collaborative map produced by the commission. And the complete collaborative maps were those maps that were provided for VRA analysis. There were 14, I believe, maps that were submitted and described by the commission as collaborative, and then one individual map submitted by Commissioner Zatella, I believe. I see a couple questions, which I can.
Yeah, would you like to take those now or?
I can, yeah, we can, sure. I can start with you.
Okay, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, we haven't received a copy of this document yet, nor have we received red lines. I'm assuming that will be sent out today.
Yes, I can share those. There was still some tweaking that I was doing with it, and sort of a lot going on this morning with it, but I can share that.
Commissioner Lang, I assume you have the same comment.
Yes, I was going to ask about the redlined copy. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the red lines will show the differences between the version that Ms. Reinhardt shared on Friday. And so that's what the red lines will show, those differences. Edward, did you want to, I think you may have removed it from your
I removed it. I'm about to send those changes.
Okay, do you have
Have a
do you have a
reference?
red line version?
Yes, I do. And now
Okay.
way everybody can have it at the same time. Okay, let me go back and put it up. And if you check your email, commissioners, you should have that right about now.
Thank you.
Has everyone able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just looking through with the red line version so that I can discuss it easier.
Would you prefer to have the red line version
No,
out?
that's okay. I can just talk.
I can put it up just to give me a
That's all
second.
right. That's okay. I mean, we've got it here. So you've got the recommended process for reviewing the maps. So that, again, the complete maps would be those that were submitted for VRA review. We recommend that the commission, and again, most of this was pulled from the 2021 procedure, or at least modified with it. The commission should discuss each map as, in some, perhaps alphabetical order as we suggested here, or some other way, but just to systematically go through each map as they're presented, review the Michigan constitutional ranked criteria, noting differences between the districts as they're drawn, communities of interest, partisan fairness, discussion of the pros and cons of the map and any further distinguishing factors. Recommend using the collaborative mapping format, and that the commission may adjust draft maps based on updated public comment and additional analysis from consultants. So we'll have to have a discussion of that. We'll see what the VRA analysis shows this afternoon. And in response to that and other public comments that you've been continuing to receive, the commission could decide to make some adjustments to these draft maps before determining which of those to send on to the court and for the formal public comment period in February. Commissioners are encouraged to take notes on map preferences so you can, keep your thoughts organized, and keeping in mind that notes on redistricting maps are considered public records and may be subject to public disclosure. Edward, if you could scroll down. Thank you. There's a provision here about the commission should discuss if a limit shall be placed on the number of maps moved into the public comment period, and if so, what number of maps will be approved to move forward. My understanding is that in 2021, there was a discussion of possibly capping the number of maps at a certain, set number. I think there was discussion about possibly setting it at 3 for each group. Then it was, of course, congressional, Senate, and House. Ultimately, I believe the commission did not actually set a hard cap. I think you'll see I had a comment in the red line that Edward sent around that was sort of directed to Edward, but is, perfectly, open to discussion on the concept. Initially, I was inclined to recommend some kind of cap, but having thought about it more, I wouldn't recommend that the commission set just sort of a hard number as the certain number of maps that get advanced to the public comment period. Frankly, my inclination is the more the merrier. At this point, you can send them off, hear what the public thinks about the different maps. If there's additional issues that are raised throughout the public comment period, it'll be good to have a number of different maps to ultimately choose from when you get to deciding on which map to adopt. But the commission can, of course, have that discussion about whether to set some sort of hard cap on that number. But ultimately, I would not recommend doing that. If the commission does do that, then there would be a procedure that you'd need in order to filter out which maps you're actually sending forward. So you'd have, there was a procedure that was in the 2021 version that had sort of 2 rounds of voting. I don't need to get into the details of it now. If the commission ultimately decides to set a cap on the number of maps that get set forward, then we need to revisit that and implement some kind of voting procedure. Otherwise, my recommendation would be that the commission just takes each map one by one and just decides by majority vote which map would go forward for public comment and be sent to the court. And just to be clear, so that particularly for the new commissioners and really for everybody and the public, when I say sent to the court, and we've been saying that throughout this process over the last couple of weeks, at this stage, by sending it to the court, we don't mean that this is, one of the final maps or a map that has been adopted by the commission as the final map. The court has required the commission to provide and submit its proposed maps that it's sending out for public comment. Those should also be provided to the court by February 2nd, which the commission will do. And then the commission will hear public comment for the next few weeks up till I believe it's February 23rd, have public hearing, and then ultimately vote on which map the commission decides to adopt by March 1st. I think Commissioner Zatella has a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Zatella.
I have a question about this alternate drafts language that you have in here. The last sentence where it says that the commissioner must provide the data matrix, VRA analysis, partisan fairness, compactness, all that's fine. But the VRA analysis, this language says that the commissioner must submit the map by Friday, and we don't even have the VRA analysis yet. So I'd ask to have that VRA analysis taken out because that's not something that's within our control as commissioners, and certainly not something we had on Friday that we could submit with an alternative draft.
Right. Well, okay. And if I can respond to that, my intention there was not to suggest that the VRA analysis component had to be included with the submission, because with the submission on Friday, because as you correctly point out, obviously you didn't have the VRA analysis. You still don't have it, right? It'll be provided this afternoon. And the concept was that in order to be eligible to be an alternate draft, it had to be submitted by 3 o'clock on Friday. And if it was, then it was eligible to be submitted as an alternate draft. But then ultimately, when that alternate draft, assuming in this case, Commissioner Zatella, that you decide to send it on for public comment, that it should then include all of those components, because by then you will have the VRA analysis because it will have been provided. So we can tweak that language if you think it needs clarifying, but that was what I was trying to do with it.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So obviously we jumped ahead a little bit to that provision, but the recommendation is that I believe that the Constitution contemplates that an individual commissioner can submit a map to be sent on for public comment. And I believe that was the practice during the last round of mapping. And here, I think it's appropriate for the commission to allow each commissioner to offer an alternate draft. At this point, we're just talking about Commissioner Zatella's map that was submitted on Friday. But it should be a uniform policy that would apply across the board. So those are the recommendations. Commissioner Zatella, I don't know if your hand is still intended to be up or not.
Oh, no, it was not. I'm sorry. Let me try to take it down. Sorry.
And I believe that's it. I'm just looking over at the actual red line version, but yeah, you'll see I had a couple of comments that were included in there. That again, the first one was just about a comment related to whether the commission would want to allow for the continued tweaking of maps throughout this week before ultimately deciding on which maps to send on. Again, I ultimately
my recommendation is that you do that, that you at least allow for that. You don't have to do it ultimately, but you know, you at least allow for that. And then there was also a comment about whether or not to include the cap. At the time I was kind of inclined to include it when I first drafted it, but then having thought about it, I'm not inclined to do that. So that's pretty much it. Happy to answer any additional questions. That anybody has.
Are there any questions for Mr. Fink? Or any just comments about this document in general? Okay, I don't see any. So when can we take action on this document?
Well, if I'm gonna make that clarification on that, the VRA component, this particular document that Director Woods shared, I guess, needs a little bit of editing. So I would recommend that you perhaps take a vote on adopting the process with the caveat that we'll clarify that language at the end.
Commissioner Lang. Oh, Commissioner Wagner, I see your hand.
Let Commissioner Wagner go first. Thank you, Commissioner Lang. I would prefer not to vote on any document until we have the final draft in our hands. We're supposed to get documents 24 hours before meetings, and this is kind of thrust on us, so I wouldn't be voting on, and I would not be happy voting on something that I have not perused personally and given attention to. Thank you.
Commissioner Lang.
I guess I'm going to parrot what she said. Our rules state 24 hours notice. There's going to be slight changes made. We've already done this once. And if there is a vote today, then I'm going to abstain. I believe we have to say that in advance. So if there is a vote today, I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Director Woods.
Right. Just want to remind the commission that the process that we used and kind of articulated was that we were going to have a presentation on Friday and then, you know, a vote on Monday so that you would have opportunity to see it. I do know that Mr. Fink referenced a change that was referenced by Commissioner Zatella with regards to that. And so, Madam Chairperson, if we could consider getting that change back to the commission and then letting the commissioners take a look at it later today, I hope that would work. Because the whole idea of the presentation, you know, we're moving quite quickly and quite rapidly, you know, throughout this process with the deadline, was intended to have a presentation and have comments, you know, after the presentation so they could be incorporated into the document, you know, looking at the document and opportunities for clarity with regards to that. So I don't want anyone to think that we, you know, ignored the process. The process was, you know, that we shared was we were going to present on Friday so everyone would have an opportunity to see it and offer comment, and then bring it back based on the comments received and some cleanup so that the commission was clear on the process. But once again, I know people want to see that change in language. And so I think if we provide that, hopefully the commission would be willing to consider that after lunch. Thank you.
Commissioner Wagner.
That is exactly what I was just going to say. If y'all want to clean it up, present it to us during, like right before lunch or whatever, so that we can peruse it during lunch, I'd be more than happy to consider it at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. Appreciate it.
Okay, anything else on that? And we will take it up again after lunch. So back to unfinished business 5A, map submitted to the commission. I think without objection, I'll ask Director Woods to facilitate that. I see a hand, Mr. Brace.
Yes, commissioners. I wanted to report to you what we have we have received from Commissioner Satella, her map. Apparently what we've discovered is that one of our staffers ended up uploading a different map, an earlier map of Representative Satella's. We have the correct one that she submitted this morning to us, and we have uploaded that to the website now so that the correct map is up there. We are updating the tables and all the information on that side, so that that is now updated to reflect the plan that she had submitted on Friday afternoon at 2:58.
Okay. Thank you. Director Woods.
Yes, Mr. Fink is on and he can facilitate 5A. So I would defer to him.
Okay, Mr. Fink.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Director Woods. We were asked to provide our perspective on potential risks involved with the commission ultimately adopting maps that were submitted by outside groups and brought in through the commission's mapping process, but that had originated as a map drafted by someone else outside the commission. As the commission knows, the commission, per court order, must not use racial data in drafting the maps, and the unjustified predominant use of race in moving people in and out of districts is not permitted. If in a map, most of the lines were drawn by someone else, and someone else predominantly drew based on race, there is a possibility that the court will find that motive legally significant. Now, we don't know exactly how that will necessarily play out, but the commission should be aware that there is risk in ultimately the motive of a particular map drawer from an outside group's motive. If that is somehow discovered to have used race, then that could pose a risk to the viability of a particular map in the eyes of the court. Now, that said, it's of course valuable to look at maps and weigh input of all types from the public, whether it's through public comment or through suggested maps, proposed maps. There are risks along these lines that are difficult to control for, particularly when you're looking at maps that were drawn by by an outside group or outside individuals and then brought in. So our recommendation is that when you go through your deliberations process and ultimately if you decide to send through some of those maps to public comment into the court, that when you are deciding which plans to which plan to ultimately adopt, that you take those risks into consideration. You just need to sort of just keep that in mind as you're going through this process. And beyond that, I don't have much more, I don't think.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. Are there any questions or discussion about this? So what I hear you saying is there would be potential risk in going with any map that we did not draw in public meetings so that we saw how every line was drawn.
There's certainly risks. I mean, I should say there's lots of different moving parts with this whole process, right? But in this circumstance, when the court has instructed the commission not to use racial data in drafting maps, when you have, I mean, it's sort of logical, right? If you have outside groups that submitted maps, we weren't there with them when they were drafting the maps. Now, the commission brought these maps in and has, for at least in some circumstances, I think, done some modifications to some of the maps and from what I can see and the public can see in working with those maps in our public meetings, the commission wasn't considering racial data or anything like that in doing that work. But we weren't there. The public wasn't there when these outside maps were drawn, and so there is a potential risk that ultimately there could be information or evidence that comes in that one of those maps or more of those one or more of those maps was somehow drawn using racial data, which would run afoul of the court's instructions. So there is risk that the commission should balance when making those considerations.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on that? Okay, so then we have addressed unfinished business 5A, B, and C. And we can't take care of our new business, our Voting Rights Act analysis, until 1 o'clock. So unless there's something else that we can complete before then, I think we take a long lunch recess and come back at 1 o'clock.
If I can, I would like to give a partial report.
That would
right
be
now,
great.
if that would be helpful. I would really appreciate some commission feedback based on, what's taken place over the last week with regards to getting feedback from the public. So I'm going to take the opportunity to share my screen, and then we can go from there. Let me know if you're able to see my screen.
We can see it.
Okay, perfect. So just to kind of a recap, the commission has been meeting Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 16th, 17th, and 18th remotely. And as it's gone through the mapping process in an open and transparent manner, we've heard presentations from SIMCOG, Southeast Michigan Council of Government, as well as the City of Detroit Neighborhood Department as well. Last week we had in-person meetings in Detroit. We were at the Huntington Place, better known as Cobo Hall, where there were independent maps and collaborative mapping, but it was mostly a collaborative mapping process and hearing from citizens, both in person and remotely. We did that Wednesday and Thursday, and also did that on Friday. This week, we're having our meetings from 9 to 1, with regards to mapping. The commission is satisfied with the mapping process, so there's no need to continue 9 to 1. And then also from 2 to 6. But the preference, if we were to leave early, was to start early. We'll just keep the schedule. I'm sorry, just keep the 2 o'clock schedule. Then tomorrow 9 to 1, 2 to 6, Wednesday 9 to 12, and 1 to 6, and then Thursday 9 to 1 and 2 to 6. For February, we already have a regularly scheduled meeting on the 8th of February. And as you already know, we have one on the 1st. But to look at our dates in February, I shared the 1st. February 8th, we have a regular meeting from 10 to 2. And then on the 5th, we talked about having a public hearing. And what I would like to suggest is on the 5th is we look at doing a virtual meeting.
Excuse me, you said You said the 5th, but 15th.
15th, thank you. The 15th is looking at doing a virtual meeting similar to Commissioner Lang's town hall meeting, but that would actually be the meeting for the day. And then moving the in-person public hearing in Detroit to the 21st and 22nd, where we would actually go to Detroit. I'd like to reach out and I'd like to thank and give a shout out to Mr. Brady, who's been very instrumental in helping us identifying spots in Detroit where we could actually go into the community. So instead of being actually at the Huntington Place, we will look for a community location that has free parking that will allow us to bring our AV team to come in and host a public hearing where people can come, have bus transportation, and just make it a little bit easier for people to get to on the 21st and the 22nd. And so I'm going to kind of have a discussion with the commission with regards to this plan. In terms of meeting dates, I actually want to consult with your calendars. Instead of doing one public hearing, we will do two, and to show due diligence and not doing the bare minimum, and making sure we probably do one on the east side and one on the west side of Detroit. And so just kind of want to get your feedback with regards to this meeting schedule for February, knowing that the 1st is already on the schedule and the 8th, but talking more about the 15th, 21st, and 22nd. With all of our meetings, there will be in person, and obviously for commissioners who are not able to make it, you could join remotely, but just wanted to kind of share the schedule and get some feedback.
Are there any questions on that? Are you wanting our calendaring feedback right now, or do you want us to get that to you?
I kind of want to know it right now because we have to move post haste with securing sites and getting, the audiovisual team there to make sure they can come. And, I've worked with MDOS, and so I know it works for them, but there's other people we need to consult. Schedules need to be adjusted so that we can make this happen. As you all know, that this is a production, not a shoot from the hip type operation.
Okay, so just to clarify, the first 3 dates are just virtual, and then the 21st and 22nd of February is in person.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does anyone have anything? I can say I don't have any conflicts. Anyone else? I don't see anything. Commissioner Callahan.
I'll have to attend remotely.
That's fine.
Okay, I don't see anything else.
All right.
Do you have anything else, Mr. Woods, at this time?
Well, I'm assuming then, Commissioner Orton, that we're declaring consensus and I can move forward with these dates.
If not, speak now or forever hold your peace. Looks like it.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Brace, do you have something?
Yes, Commissioner. I wanted to alert everyone that indeed up on the website there is the new plan. I also wanted to at least let people see some of that. And so I wanted to share my screen with you. Can everyone see this?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. This is the by districting site where all the plans are uploaded. You see that this latest one has from Commissioner Satella has the FC. So this is the new version to make sure that, and it's the 26th from that side. What it does is that it lets us communicate with the public a number of different things. And one can see there is an attachment column here. In the attachment column, if you click on this, it will bring up a PDF file that we have created for the plans, for each of the plans. And what it has is it has a map of the plan, both in original autobound version, and my Acrobat is not doing right. So it has the map and then another version of the map that shows an overlay with the Hickory plan on top of the map. And then it also has the political fairness reports, all the tables in there. This is for everyone, every map there is. And if I go over to the Spirit of Detroit map and open up the comment section, you'll notice that the number of comments identified here, we have 3 comments on the Spirit of Detroit map. So if I open up the Spirit of Detroit map, one can end up seeing the map itself like what we have seen before, but it also lets us see the various comments and where they came in from. So we have 3 comments and they are on the right-hand side of the public that has commented on this plan and where they're commenting from or where their comments are focused on. You can see the dots that have been put up on the map to show where those comments are coming from. And those comments are on the right-hand side, color-coded to see where they are. All of this is viewable and they're on our public website. And so this is how we are communicating with the public. The other tables, we have forwarded those, for example, the population tables. Those are more complex and those are Excel files. We have sent those on to Director Woods so that he can put them up on the other website that's connected with your website, so that both areas are where materials can be reviewed and looked at.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Commissioner Wagner.
I just noticed when you pulled up Spirit of Detroit, there was not an FC behind that. Did we not do that with that map as well?
No, I'm sorry, we have done that with all of the maps now and they've all been updated. They do have, we're using the FC version of the maps.
Okay, I just noticed that when you pulled it up, I didn't see an FC at the end of it, so thanks.
Yeah, we did not put them for the newer updated stuff on the website because we didn't want to add additional 15 plans. So, but they are using the FC data set now.
Okay. I saw a hand, but it went away, so I assume don't want to say anything. And Woods.
Yeah. Commissioner Zatella, would you like an opportunity to share your map, even though you have the right to forward it with the public so they know the map that you submitted?
Not right now.
Okay. Would you want to do that later today?
Later today would be fine.
All right. So Commissioner Orton, I'd like to, suggest that Commissioner Zatella has an opportunity after the lunch to submit, to share her map with the public, and what she did.
All right. Yes, we will do that. So unless there's anything else, I mistakenly said 1 o'clock we would be coming back, but I see on the agenda it's actually 2 o'clock. So unless somebody has something else, I would entertain a motion. Mr. Fink.
All right, I wanted, since we're all together here and so there's no confusion about that, just a question directed to Director Woods. We had a sort of a back and forth discussion about whether it would be 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. So I wanted to get confirmation from him. I believe the VRA, that Mr. Braden is available at 1 or 2 o'clock.
Well,
I confirmed with him this morning. So
sure. Seeing that we have time, Commissioner Orton, maybe we can, first of all, let me ask Ms. Reinhardt. Ms. Reinhardt, is it possible for us to reconvene at 1, knowing that I think, if that possible within our parliamentary procedure or rules, would that be a detriment?
No, that 1 o'clock would be absolutely fine. The meeting is noticed in total from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So any kind of breaks that occur within that time period is subject to the discretion of the commission. So 1 p.m. would be just fine if that's the will of the commission.
Okay, Commissioner Wagner, do you have something?
Just one quick question. Can we get the amended mapping procedures during this long lunch break, please? Thank you.
No problem. I'll send it over to Director Woods to send on.
Then I'd like to recommend Commissioner Orton that we go to the 1 o'clock time.
Great. I would entertain a motion to recess until 1 o'clock.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded that we take a lunch recess until 1 o'clock. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, then we are in recess until 1 o'clock.
Good.
I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:00 p.m. Will the secretary please call roll?
Absolutely. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. And if your location has changed from what you disclosed this morning, please also let us know where you are attending from. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Elaine Andrade.
Present.
Donna Callahan.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Marcus Muldoon.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
Rebecca Satella. Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
I'll return to Anthony Eid.
Present.
I'll return to Brittany Kellum. And Rebecca Zatella. 11 commissioners are present and there is a.
Thank you very much. So next on our agenda is new business 6A, Voting Rights Act analysis. I see Director Woods has his picture on. I wonder if you want to say something before we turn it over to Mark Braden.
Yes, I need to check to make sure they got the email so they can log in. So while we do that, just want to alert the commission that Mr. Braden and he'll be accompanied by Taylor Thompson are going to join us, provide a Voting Rights Act analysis on the 15 maps, the 14 maps submitted by the commission, and then the individual maps submitted by Commissioner Rebecca Zatella. And then after that, the commission can make a decision on how it wants to move. But we do want to reiterate that after the voting rights analysis is the first rank redistricting criteria. But for the maps that we move forward, we definitely want to make sure we're following and attesting to each of the 7 ranked redistricting criteria before they go to the public. So that will be a part of our process. So we're starting it right now with looking at the first rank criteria in terms of ensuring equal population and compliance with the Voting Rights Act. In addition to that, obviously, we will be ensuring that we comply with the court order as well. But our main responsibility is dealing with the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. So we will give them a chance to get on. And then once they get on, they will go ahead and continue with their presentation.
Okay. Commissioner Zatella, can you tell us if you're on?
Yes, I'm on and dialing in remote from Wayne County.
Thank you. Okay, I see that we have Mr. Mark Braden and I saw Taylor Thompson. Okay, so without objection, I will ask our Voting Rights Act counsel, Mr. Braden and Mr. Thompson, to facilitate the VRA analysis. Hearing no objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we have the proverbial, what everybody's always expecting us to do, a PowerPoint. So, seems like every time a lawyer does a presentation these days, there's a need for a PowerPoint, but I do think it will help following along. Let me just go to the first page, which is tell you what I'm doing. I'm going to provide a brief summary of the requirements of the Voting Rights Act. I know that this has been discussed before with most of the members of the commission or all of the members of the commission, but I want to walk through sort of the broad outline of it. It won't take too long. Then we'll go actually into the details of the presentation, which will be the review of the house plans provided by the commissioners and Dr. Palmer, Dr. Hanley, and myself have done a review of the plans. And principally what that review of the plan is, simply put, is addressing the opportunity of Black voters to elect representatives of their choice to the Michigan House. Straightforward. What I won't do is offer any opinion on any plan's compliance with the Michigan constitutional requirements. I will offer only an opinion on draft plans compliance with the VRA. If we can go on that. So quickly on jingles, which is the sort of the defining definition of how you recognize the violation of the Voting Rights Act or what the Voting Rights Act requires. To prove a violation or to have a concern about the Voting Rights Act, you must have a minority group that's sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a reasonably configured district. Reasonably configured district is an important, some people would say, in addition to the earlier jingles test. This is language directly from the most recent Supreme Court decision involving drawing congressional plans in Alabama. So constitute a majority in a reasonably configured district. The minority group must be able to show that it's politically cohesive, and the minority group must be able to demonstrate that the white majority votes sufficiently as a bloc to enable to defeat the minority's preferred candidate. This is legally significant polarized voting is what we're talking about here, to use the various phrases that are commonly brought up in these cases. Let me jump over to the next slide. Then we have, after you find legally significant polarized voting, then the plaintiffs must demonstrate that under the totality of the circumstances, the challenged political process here, the House districts, that political process to elect people from the House in Michigan is not equally open to minority voters. And so this is a broad test, fairly fact-dependent, and the courts look at the sort of local analysis of local political circumstances. But in the case of Michigan, there's really no genuine issue before us that Jingles requires a review. Jingles requires a review of the Michigan House Plan for compliance with the VRA. The commission, its experts, the court, and even the plaintiffs who have sued us agree that legally significant polarization is present. So there's no question that a plan that the commission would propose needs to be in compliance with the Voting Rights Act. Otherwise, you don't comply with the very first one of your constitutional requirements in the Michigan Constitution. So, the scope of the review. I'm not reviewing the plans for compliance with Michigan constitutional requirements. First of all, I'm not competent to do that because those requirements require a knowledge of local circumstances, which I lack, and much of that discretion is solely assigned to the members of this commission. So I'm not in the position to talk about your state constitutional requirements, but they are very important because any opinion on compliance is based on the assumption that reviewed proposed districts are reasonably configured and that race was not impermissibly used in the creation of any plans. So I'm looking at these plans, assuming that what I'm looking at complies with the Michigan Constitution and that race was not used drawing the plans. The question before us in analyzing is, does a particular House plan provide a reasonably equal opportunity for Black voters to elect their candidates of choice? That answer is not based upon how many majority-minority districts are in a plan or any set racial target. The answer is based on how many districts will likely perform with the election of the Black voters' candidates of choice. The state of Michigan, through the commission, can decide whether to create majority-minority districts, crossover districts, or some combination for compliance with the VRA. That is in your discretion. It's possible to create plans any number of different ways. As I think members of the commission already know, the number of possible plans you can draw is in fact enormous. So, two types of elections are considered in trying to figure out whether a particular district is likely to elect the candidate of choice of the minority community. You have to elect the candidate of choice of the minority community. That candidate has to win a general election and has to win a primary election. That's how our system works. So the general election analysis is done, again, most of the members of the commission are familiar with this already. Analysis plans based upon recompiled election results. You look at prior elections, you recompile them in the districts, and you determine whether or not the candidate of choice of the Black community is won. Primary elections are significantly more complicated in Michigan because we have a lack of data. We don't have the election results that we can really use to determine candidate of choice of the Black community in most of your primary elections. So we've looked at it in using a different method, which I think is equally valid. And I believe the court will view as equally valid. And in fact, the master who is working with the court, I also believe will view this type of approach as equally valid. That our analysis of primary plans relies on the estimate of Black and white turnout in the Democrat primary elections, with an eye on whether the Black turnout is likely to exceed the white turnout in a proposed district. The reasonably equal opportunity analysis is not a guarantee of any particular election result. We're involved with political science here. We are not involved with chemistry. So voters don't act according to some set rule. They vote different ways at different times. Turnout goes up, turnout goes down. The number of candidates running in the primary varies from year to year. If you're doing a chemistry experiment and you have a certain number of oxygen atoms and a certain number of hydrogen atoms, and you know what the temperature is, and what the pressure is, you'll know whether you're going to get ice or water vapor. That's not the case here. We can tell you from looking at history and looking at turnout numbers what the likelihood of one side winning, Black voters getting their candidate of choice, but we can't assure anything because voters are not controlled by prior analysis. This is a reasonably equal opportunity to elect, not a guarantee of any election results. So let's move on to what we actually did. Okay. Here are two charts listing the plans that we have reviewed. And you'll see that there are 25 districts, and you'll see them listed here. And basically what you have is two different scores for general election results. There's a composite score, which is what most political scientists like. Then there's the Biden-Trump score, which is what pretty easy for everybody to understand, and they don't have to worry about how the composite score was created. You'll see there really isn't any difference, or very, very little difference here. And you'll see that in the composite score, there are 20 districts in the general election where the candidate of choice is likely, or we believe is certainly has more than a reasonable opportunity to elect their candidate of choice. The Biden election results show the same thing. So this one's pretty straightforward, and in the area we're looking at, I don't believe there's really any doubt or any way to contest these numbers. So you can see all the plans, and the more difficult issue is in the primary. So if we can flip over to the primary results, here's the same chart looking at Democratic primary turnout and Democratic primary pool, the total electorate available. So what this shows is that how many districts are likely to be the candidate of choice is likely to be the Black candidate of choice is likely to win. And you'll see that this is based upon the notion that there's an equal opportunity for the Black candidate of choice to win, equal opportunity, if the primary turnout electorate is majority Black. We have a majoritarian system. So if the majority of the electorate turning out in the Democratic primary is Black, we're postulating that that means they have an equal opportunity to elect their candidate of choice. There's a different way to look at this, which is the second chart there, although the numbers are not much different, they slightly are different, which is the overall potential primary pool. The first one is based upon actual turnout numbers. The second one is based upon potential turnout numbers. In other words, the number of Black Democrats in that particular district. That would be the universe of people who could theoretically vote in a Democratic primary, or would be likely to vote. So you see here the various numbers of the plans. And I am comfortable. It seems to be relatively clear from these numbers that you can, assuming plans are, and we can flip over, I believe, probably to the next one. We can go back to this. Let me just tell you what this shows. This shows the distribution of Black voting age population by plans. And you'll see a surprising correlation, not surprising correlation, between the plans that have extremely high districts with Black voting age population are pretty much at the bottom down here, and they generally are at the bottom of the number of districts that they will create. So let's go back to the prior one, and how this affects our analysis. I'm more than happy to opine to the commission that Daisy 2, Peony, and Peony 2 are, in my opinion, and I think are likely to be viewed by the court, the master and the court, as complying with the Voting Rights Act. And promote the vote, I am at the time not prepared to opine on simply because I do not know. My understanding, and I may be wrong about this, but my understanding is the Promote the Vote plan is a plan that was received from an outside group. So I'm not able to opine on I don't feel comfortable assuming that that plan was drawn racially blind. And plans that are drawn not racially blind in the initial drafting, I think in likelihood do not comply with the court's order and are so not reasonably configured.
Mr. Braden, we have a
Yes.
hand by Commissioner Kellum. Can you take the
Sure.
questions at this point?
Sure.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sarah, I don't know if you need me to say I'm attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan. I also had dental work
thank you.
this morning, so just bear with me because I'm getting I'm getting nerve pain in my mouth.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So, Mr. Braden and commissioners, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Peony and Peony 2 are also edited versions of what started out to be Promote the Vote. I'm not sure if you know that, but I think that is fruit for discussion as well.
It may well be. I do not know
Okay.
the origin of the. I am assuming that the plans were drawn racially blind, and I'm assuming that the plans comply with the constitutional requirements. If those two are not correct, then my opinion on the Voting Rights Act compliance is no good. And that you only comply with the Voting Rights Act, in our view, if you've drawn a plan that's reasonably configured, and to be reasonably configured in where we are right now, it needs to be drawn at least initially blind. So, and then it has to obviously comply with the other requirements of the Constitution. So, and so I am comfortable with any plan, the plans that we have that comply with the state constitution and were drawn racially blind that create 11 districts. I am comfortable to, and we're comfortable to opine. Those we believe comply with the Voting Rights Act. Districts plans which produce fewer districts than that, we have some question as to whether they would comply as presently constituted to the Voting Rights Act. Again, assuming, now that does not mean that they could not be adjusted. Certainly the difference between 10 and 11 is relatively modest. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see that the other thing that's likely to be looked at by the master in the court is the number of districts which some courts would interpret as being packed. And that would also theoretically, again, I don't know the answer to this, but theoretically, in some of the plans which are at the 10 level, would provide you an obvious basis on which to adjust the plan where you might well end up with 11. The 11 plans work if they're in compliance with racially blind and the other provisions. Everything else, there's an argument they don't comply with the Voting Rights Act. So let me move on. I think we can go on to the next slide. So here's basically summarized. Daisy 2, Peony, and Peony 2 on as they presently are constituted, again, based upon the assumption of their compliance, comfortable that they would comply with the Voting Rights Act. Other plans who, if they used race, whether from the outside or internally generated, we don't think comply because we don't think they have reasonably constituted districts. So that's a lot of talking. We didn't include it in this, but we have data that's available through Kim to, and we will will create for the court sort of a detailed, lengthy explanation of how each of these steps were done. But it's a lot of numbers and it's a lot of paper. But it's clearly all of that's available for the individual commissioners to review and assess. If you have plans that are relatively close, I would believe that if you could make narrowly tailored adjustments to those plans to get to 11 districts, as we've identified, where the candidate of choice of the minority community has an equal opportunity to elect his candidate of choice, that would be permissible. And I'm assuming to do that, you would have, in all likelihood, have to look at race. So in the context of a narrowly tailored effort to comply with the Voting Rights Act, I think the plans that are relatively close now could likely be narrowly tailored to comply. But I don't know the answer to that because there are a whole variety of factors that you need to comply with. And so whether you can adjust these plans in a narrowly tailored way and still comply with the other constitutional requirements confronting you, I do not know. But plans that don't have 11 districts are certainly going to be vulnerable to claim that they don't comply with the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah, it looks like we have a couple questions. Commissioners.
If you only have a couple, that's a pleasant surprise.
Hi, Mr. Braden. So I'm just curious, and maybe I missed it because I know I might not have caught and been paying attention. How did you come up with the 11? Like, how did that become the benchmark? And then I have another question after that.
Sure. That's the number of districts that can be drawn in which the minority community has an equal opportunity to elect its candidates of choice. Now, there are many more districts than that in the general election, but in the primary election, you get to 11. That 11 number, the explanation of what we analyze as an equal opportunity district, that is a district in which more than a majority of the actual turnout in primary elections is Black. And so by definition, you have an equal opportunity to elect the candidates of your choice if you're more than 50% of the people who are actually voting in the election. Does it mean that your candidates will win? No, but it means you have an equal opportunity by simple math. So that's how we came up with the 11.
Okay, so can we go back a couple slides?
Sure.
One more, this one. So what is the difference between these two columns? Again, if you could explain it.
Sure. The Democrat primary turnout is an examination of the voters who went and voted in primary elections based upon race. And so in those numbers reflect a number of districts in each of these plans where the actual turnout in the Democratic primary, we project through some statistical analysis and ecological inference analysis, that the turnout in those elections, primary, were majority Black. The second column reflects a broader number, which is simply a reflection of the percentage Black of potential primary voters. So the first one reflects actual turnout. The second one reflects potential Democrat primary voters. They're very close, but slightly different.
Okay, so for my individual map, which is the fifth one down there,
Mm-hmm.
is this compliant with the VRA or is it not? Because it's 11 in one column and it's 9 in the other.
Sure. First, you have to tell me whether or not this plan, for me to know whether it's compliant, I have to know whether or not this was drawn race blind.
It was drawn race blind.
Okay, then if it draws race blind, I don't believe this complies because we are much more comfortable with the actual Democratic primary turnout because there are different levels of turnout. The fact that the primary pool is equal is that it's more likely, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of our two experts, and probably more importantly, in the opinion of the master for the court, is that the important number is the actual Democrat primary turnout projection. So I think your plan appears on the face of it to have one less, actually two less. And it's a little, yours is a bit of an outlier. I guess if we went to the next page, maybe we could identify why it's an outlier. I'd have to actually look at it. Yeah, I'm guessing it's an outlier because of this is the other consideration. Let me do the broader answer here. This is the other consideration that's likely to be considered by the master and potentially the court too, which is the notion of what PAC districts are. So we're comfortable with plans that have isolated PAC districts. In fact, as you can see, the PAC district question to a large degree drives the overall turnout question too. But when you have, as you do here, 4 districts in excess of 75%, I'm guessing that I'm just off the top of my head I'm speculating because they're packed, you actually end up having a lower Democratic, Black Democratic turnout in those districts. That might reflect the difference between the percentages. I just don't really know. But this is another consideration. As it turns out, the plans that we feel comfortable comply don't, in my opinion, have much of a problem in PAC. You have in Penny, you have one isolated district, but I think that's simply an outlier, and I don't see a problem with that. But when you have many or a significant number of PAC districts, that's definitely potential indicia of compliance issues. And certainly, if you look at Groffman's writings, which I think is a good thing for us to think about since he's going to be advising the court, districts that have very high percentage of minority populations, well in excess of performance numbers, show a potential vulnerability. So no, I am not comfortable with 9 districts in your plan, really for accommodation reasons.
You said that you have detailed analysis, so that analysis could identify what districts need to be changed to raise the metrics. Is that correct?
Sure. Well, we do have detailed numbers that could show you that if you modify plans, again, this is not in my hat or my range of advice, but I'll give it anyway. If you modify these districts, any districts that you modify, I know no way that you could modify districts to comply with the Voting Rights Act without looking at race. So we'll assume that the plans were drawn without looking at race. Then I believe, more importantly, I believe the court believes that then you can modestly, narrowly move around small numbers to come in compliance with the Voting Rights Act. So I would guess, although I certainly don't know, because you have to be really pretty far in the weeds to know, that the districts that are at 10, simply by the fact they only need one more, probably can be modified in a simple manner or a simpler manner to comply. Once you get further away from the 11, then it probably involves moving around and using race to a larger degree. And I don't know at what point using race becomes too much and is no longer narrowly drawn. So I don't have an exact answer for you. I don't think you can go down and realistically think you can tinker with Rosebud or Marigold and get to a plan that would be in compliance, as an example. Those numbers. Let me move back up one to the prior slide. I mean, when you're looking at 8 and you need 11, I think that would be very difficult to do. Maybe it would be simple to do. Maybe there are some changes that are quite minor and it wouldn't involve moving many people. But clearly it's easier to move districts that are at 10. Moving at 8 is the hardest. Moving at 9 is hard. Moving at 10 is maybe easy, maybe not easy. I don't know. But I think you need to get to 11. I think plans that don't have 11 districts are likely to be vulnerable to attack under the Voting Rights Act. And that combined with maps that have what appear to be packed districts, or a significant number of packed districts, raise concerns. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Eid?
Thank you, Mr. Braden. Does this analysis make any assumptions on the race of who the candidate of choice is, or is it just the race of the voters?
The primary turnout and poll number is simply the race of the voters. And in fact, again, the notion of candidate of choice of the Black community is not a Black candidate. It's the choice of the majority of Black candidates. I got an email this morning from a Black Republican senator in South Carolina, and very popular senator, but he never once got in sniffing distance of a majority of Black voters in South Carolina. So the candidate of choice of the Black community is the candidate that gets the most votes from the Black voters, not skin color.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lane?
Thank you. Mr. Braden, can we go back to your BVAP one that you showed? Okay, here's my concern. And I hope you don't mind me expressing it.
Please do.
You said that you wouldn't opine on the promote the vote because you couldn't say if it was drawn based on race. But yet I'm hearing that the Peony was also, that the promote the vote was used on that. And when I look at the breakup on these 3 top ones, as far as where the percentages fall, they all fall almost identical. So there's a concern that if we can't opine on if promote the vote looked at race, then are we setting ourselves up for a fall by using it in the Peonies, I guess?
Well, I think that's a legitimate concern to raise. I can't opine on the amount of difference between promote the vote and Peony 2 and Peony. Clearly, you're getting input in this process and draft plans and draft partial plans and district plans from people who are using race as a consideration, without a doubt. So I don't see a problem with you taking a plan and turning it into your own plan, even if it comes from a source that was using race. If you got a plan from, a church, a Black Baptist church in downtown Detroit, I've seen plans from churches who say, oh, it should be drawn this way. He said, well, we want to get all our congregation in our district. Totally reasonable position to take. And you use part of that to draw your plans, then I think that's okay. So it's really the question of whether it's a predominant factor in the drawing. If these are your plans, they started out somebody else's plan, but became the commission's plan, then I'm comfortable that that's okay. Where that magic line is, I just don't know. I can't really tell you. But if these are your plans and they were affected or started out as somebody else's plans, but they're now your plans, the commission's plans, then I'm okay, because the commission was modifying them and doing them and creating the final versions without using race. Let me put one other phrase out here, which probably won't help, but I'll just say it because it's where the law is. There's no question that you can be race conscious when drawing the plans, because first of all, it would not be possible not to be race conscious when drawing a plan, short of us drugging you we're doing some type of surgery on you, because everybody has a sort of notion of what the racial makeup of Detroit is and understands some of the racial issues. So there's a big difference between predominantly using race and being race conscious. Again, where exactly that line is, I don't know. We're trying to avoid tripping over that by having the plans drawn in the forms for real consideration by you without racial data up on your screens. That doesn't mean that we actually expect you to forget everything you know about Detroit or Detroit neighborhoods. That's not reasonable. Again, I don't know whether that helps, because you could tell this is like a lot of what you're doing. There's wiggle room at the edges. You commissioners are the folks making the ultimate decision on this. And that's very clear. The questions of community of interest and all the other considerations, the ultimate decision maker on that is this commission and your members. So assuming that the P&E plans are really your plans and not some simple reflection of promote the vote might be fine if I could see it, if they'll make some representation to us they didn't use race in drawing the plans. But but I don't have a problem that you use pieces of plans that came from other sources, but they're really your plans.
Okay, Commissioner Eid.
So how do we've already agreed as a commission not to use race at all when drawing these. So I guess my question is, how do you go from 8 to 11 or 9 to 11 or 10 to 11 without looking at race? Because
I mean, that's, we don't need to fool around on that. If you're not satisfied with the universe of plans that are available, that we're comfortable comply with the Voting Rights Act, then you need to go back and reconsider how to how to modify your existing plans to do that. I do not believe it's possible to do that without looking at race in some format. So yes, the answer is you'd have to go revisit that. If the plans that we say comply are not sufficient, then you will have to go back. You have to use race in a narrowly tailored way. In other words, this isn't going back and redrawing big parts of your plan. It's going back and saying, okay, we have 10 here. This 10 plan has one district that's 90%, whatever the number is. And we can move a small number of people around and come up with 11 districts. That's narrowly tailored. That would be, by my definition, the definition of the phrase narrowly tailored. It's clear, the court's language is clear, that you can use race in a narrowly tailored manner to comply with the Voting Rights Act. If you have what the commission believes to be the best plan available, in your opinion, and yours the opinion that counts, but it doesn't comply, but it could comply with a tweak, and I'll use that famous legal word, tweak, some small changes, then pull up the racial data and make those small changes. And if that's the plan you think is the best for the citizens of the state, then you should do that. Otherwise, you're going to need to live with the plans we gave to you that we said work. Because otherwise, I don't think they will pass the test of the Voting Rights Act.
Commissioner Kellum.
Sorry, so I lost my train of thought. I do remember one of my questions, Mr. Braden. The slide that is up right now, distribution of BVAT by plan. Can you use one of the maps, for instance, the Spirit of Detroit map? Can you help me understand what this describes, using that map as an example, like go into more detail? I just want to make sure I have a good understanding of what these dots are and aren't.
Yeah, the dots show the percentage of the voting age Black voting age population in a district. So I've got a little cursor here. I don't know. I assume the cursor shows up on the screen there. I've got, oh, somebody, yeah, come over to the last dot on Spirit of Detroit over here, the other direction. Right over here. Great, bingo, right there. Okay. That is a particular district in the Spirit of Detroit. Now, I don't know what it is. If we brought up all the data, we could see which district it was. But there's some district in the Spirit of Detroit plan that would be 85% or 90% Black. And then there's some district in the Spirit of Detroit plan, which is basically all white, or virtually all white down here. And each one of these dots represents a district. And there's a specific Black voting age population in each one of those.
Okay.
And so that's really what we're talking about here.
Totally
This
understood.
is just distribution by voting age population, no more than that.
Okay.
It doesn't include any of the efforts to analyze turnout or any election results. This is just gross census data by plans. And again, it's just an effort to give you sort of a notion of what the issues are in some of the plans. And also the fact that if you read various expert reports and various master's reports, you'll see that many of the people who fulfill those jobs will look at some of these districts and say that they're packed in excess of the number. So we are committed more to the straightforward turnout numbers, especially in the primary turnout numbers. And and I feel comfortable that that's the best way to determine whether or not the Black community has elected candidates of choice. And as an example, the Peony plan here, I think that plan complies with the Voting Rights Act, even though it does have one district that somebody might look at and say was bad. Because it produces 11 districts that were the Black candidate of choice is likely to be elected just based upon the Black community controls the primary, Democratic primary. So that's what those are there for. I mean, they're kind of an additional help. Again, I know talking about using race goes counter to what you've been hearing and what the court has said to us. But once you get to this stage of the process, then if you're going to try to fine tune a plan, there's no way to fine tune it without using race. And fine tune or tweaking is what we're talking about here. We're talking about moving significant numbers of flopping back and forth, significant numbers of whites and Blacks based upon their race. That's going to be a problem. If we're talking about fine tuning a plan so you get it to be sufficient number of districts not to potentially violate the Voting Rights Act, I think that fits within the four corners of what you can do.
Okay. So I guess with you saying that, so now we have permission, which I think I have a great understanding of the semantics of what could be communities of interest and specifically redrawing the city of Detroit that has predominantly Black population, but you're giving a verbal and physical head nod that now we can say Black and African American without this enormous scare of guilt, because now we're at a much further we're further in the process where the tweaking and the small changes would necessitate mentioning that. And I guess that's the hard part. With the only reason why I'm reiterating Peony 2 they were such negligible changes to the promote the vote map, and I think it confuses for the purposes of the public, but also because of legal risk.
Sure,
it's not just. It is exactly what you're saying. We don't know. You can only assume if someone is telling the truth and they say, yes, this was drawn without race, but if you weren't there, it's hard from a legal standpoint to verify or validate that, as well as for some of those maps, other overlays were used that we don't know how they were created because the commission as a whole did not touch those top 3 maps. Those were revisions that were made more on a small group or individual basis. So I just want to make sure I have an understanding, because sometimes I think it can be problematic for folks that aren't lawyers. There could be a huge dependence on, oh, if the lawyer said it's okay, if their assessment analysis reviewed this, and that means that we can do that. And that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing you advise with caution, but I just want to make sure that
Yes.
that everyone else is on the same page, whether they agree or disagree. I'm making sure your words are understood.
Yes, you were clear and absolutely correct.
Okay,
Absolutely
thank you.
correct. Again, as you all know, this is a complicated, multifaceted process. And if you have plans, if you had a plan that had, at this moment, had a consensus, that had an overwhelming consensus, and they had 10 districts, and you could easily change it and make it 11 performing districts, should you do that? And the answer to that is, at least in my opinion, if you think it's the best plan. Because what I think, I'm not the judge in the beauty contest here. You folks are the judge in the beauty contest. I'm just giving you the outside bounds on it. We're comfortable that these plans comply, but if they're not the plans that the commission wants, but they may want some of these other plans, then again, if you can do this in a very tweaking process, again, I don't know why I used the word tweak, but I guess that sort of implies a very targeted, very narrow changes, where race is only being used in a narrowly tailored way to comply, then I think that would comply. I think that's what the Supreme Court, I believe, U.S. Supreme Court would view as complying with the Voting Rights Act. The Supreme Court's never said it has to be, the plans can't be considered, race can't ever be considered. Clearly, they have to be considered to see whether or not you complied. If you're close to compliance and very small changes would get you in compliance, and you think those changes are good, then we could be happy to look at the plans with those changes and make the same type of analysis. The analysis process for us, the running the numbers, can be done now that we've got the framework on how to do it relatively quickly, in hours, not days. So, and so if you make small changes, again, I think it's your decisions as to how to do everything. If you've got some of these plans that are close and you want to get them, obviously the starting point is that looking at districts that have very high. Now, again, the districts with very high Black voting age population may well make a lot of sense based upon geography and things like that, and there are other reasons. So I'm not saying you have to do anything. These are all your decisions. But if plans don't have 11 districts, I'm doubtful. I think they'll be vulnerable to attack under the Voting Rights Act.
Okay, is that all, Commissioner Kellum? Okay.
Thank you. There were sound observations. Yes.
Commissioner Callahan.
Okay, so I'm looking at this distribution plot here, and I'm still a little bit confused about what the dots represent. Obviously, there's way more districts in every one of these plans. There's not 11 dots here. What dots are selected? Are these districts rechanged, or they're not?
There's a universe of 20 districts. Why don't we move back to the prior prior slide? Maybe that will help. Okay, so we have 25 districts that we examined. Now, some of these districts, you're right, are not unchanged. We're just using the standard metropolitan area. So we have 25 districts. There should be, if I understand correctly, and I think I do, but maybe I don't, there should be 25 dots in each of these rows.
Okay, so you just selected, you drew a circle around Metro Detroit and counted 25 districts in there and did the analysis based on that.
Yes.
Okay. That's helpful. My other comment is I'm a little concerned about this legal term tweak. We had quite a bit of difficulty with the legal term of reasonable changes when we were creating these maps. I'm not sure we'll have any better understanding of what a legal tweak is.
Well, I use tweak, but let me use the language that you would see in the court opinions. Race can be used in a narrowly tailored manner to comply with the Voting Rights Act, because complying with the Voting Rights Act is a compelling state interest. So what does narrowly tailored mean? Well, then we wade into, it's a little bit in the eye of the beholder what narrowly tailored means. I think a good starting point, I was using tweak because it just seemed like a cute term to use, but it's obviously a modest change that is as modest as it could be to get to compliance with the Voting Rights Act, would, in my opinion, be the definition of what is narrowly tailored. So what that means in the exact context of your plans and any individual plan, I can't give you that because that's too far into the weeds for me. I don't understand it. Each of these plans, I don't know the details or whatever. So what's a modest change? And the answer is what's modest? If you could change 2 districts, it's impossible to change 1 district. Let's start. Well, actually not, because you have a population range. So theoretically, it's possible to you move people out of 1 district, but it doesn't get it above the population. And so I guess, in fact, theoretically, it's not possible because you change both districts. So you've got to change at least, if you're going to change anything, you have to change at least 2. So changing 2 districts sounds pretty modest to me. Now, if you're, is that what we're looking at, the number of districts changed? Or are we looking, is modest defined by the number of people moved? I don't really have there's no answer in some court opinion that tells you which of it is. Again, if you can change it, moving the fewest number of people and affecting the fewest number of districts to get to 11, that's the safest thing to do. Makes it easiest for me to defend. But I would not suggest to you that that's the right way to do it, because you have a lot of other considerations which are important. So you might move a few more people around, because doing it if you didn't move quite that number, it would destroy what you believe to be a very strong community of interest. Or it might have a negative impact on your partisan numbers, which are important too. And so there are a lot of considerations here. The trouble is they are of a nature that, as you already know, you have a lot of different opinions as to what's a good plan. Because there are a lot of good plans. There is no best plan. So the fewer people you move to get to 11, the fewer districts you affect, the easier it is to say that it's narrowly tailored. If we're not comfortable with the plans that were approved for compliance with the Voting Rights Act, then I think you probably do need to change some other districts.
Okay, so my last question is what do we know? I don't understand the process as we start making these tweaks. Do we make our changes during one day in a commission mapping meeting using race or whatever criteria we do to try to get that? And then will we run an analysis of our changes in real time, or do we bundle them all up and let you guys run it overnight and we don't see any change? I mean, we've got a very limited window here. I'm trying to figure out how we're going to tweak these and get them reanalyzed and then continue that process in a way that allows us to achieve the goal of being finished by Thursday.
I believe, it's easy for me to say, so I'm not plugging in into my computer. Where we are right now, from Kim's hands to the experts, when the experts have them, numbers, they can probably run all these analyses in an hour or so. Now, somebody might be watching this going, don't say that, but that's right. I mean, the hard part of this is creating the program for it, and you plug it in. So assuming that we're making modest changes, which I think that's the only changes you can comfortably make if you're going to use race, then we can analyze those relatively promptly and get them back to you, in an hour and two after getting them. How you want to spend the next 2 or 3 days doing this, I don't know. But we can, whatever you do, we can analyze. I think you could, this is your decision. There are a number of plans that look to be, that would be very difficult to get there, I think, because of how few districts they have. So you might want to narrow your changes to those that you feel good. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that. So, and I don't know what the supports are and what the underlying reasons for these, but sending us 15 will make the process longer. Sending us 2 or 3 new ones to examine and condition will be a shorter process.
So I hear you guys are standing by on an as needed basis to get updates from us. Okay.
Yes. And I'm counting on Kim and Kent to make it all move smoothly, but we're prepared to do that. We understood looking at these that was a distinct possibility.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Zatella.
So I have a lot of questions again. So I'm still struggling with the 11. And the reason why I'm struggling with it is because there were 10 majority Black districts in the 2010 map. And it seems like maybe the, bar is maybe being set too high for us to try to hit 11, and it's excluding a lot of maps. So that concerns me a bit. I'm also concerned about this kind of plan or PowerPoint you have where it's identifying packing based on a percentage without actually looking at the map. And I'm wondering, can we really accurately judge packing just based on percentages? Because as we all know, Detroit is highly concentrated. It's 77% African American. And there are districts, just for example, I think it was on either the Water Lily or the Lily, I think it's the Water Lily, District 5, which is a very compact district just within Detroit, so south of 8 Mile. And, it's a nice little box. Yet it clearly, based on this, has a very high African-American percentage, but is that truly packing or is that just geography? So how do we make that distinction?
Well, absolutely, it's geography to a degree, no question about that. The question of packing, I consider this, we have this for everybody to view. This is not the principal part of our analysis. Our analysis is based really on how many districts can be drawn that are in compliance with your criteria that would be likely to elect the candidates of choice of the Black community. Assuming as I do that the ones we've identified were drawn in compliance with that and weren't drawn using race, then the 11 number really does provide what I would believe is likely the floor of the number of Black districts you can draw that will comply with the Voting Rights Act. Doesn't matter how many you had in the past. This is not a retrogression test here. This is how many you can draw in compliance. And these are plans presumably drawn race blind. So if you were exactly right, the PAC districts, I'm sure, are a factor of the geography of Detroit. I put this in here only because if you look at much of the literature in this area by political scientists, many of the court decisions, and look at the work done by people like Rothman, they always they do in fact talk about PAC districts. Bernie, there's some notion that somehow or another I'm too close to Bernie Groffman. In the sense of full disclosure, I've known Dr. Groffman for about 40 years. The most recent piece of litigation he was involved with on a master was in a case I was on the other side. So I've been on the other side for Mr. Groffman on a number of occasions. And the point here is Groffman talks about PAC districts, and that's simply appears everywhere, because that's one way to gerrymander, is to put. Now, I'm not saying a PAC district makes a plan a gerrymander, or even two districts that arguably have supermajority. I don't believe that at all. But I do believe it's something we should consider. And it also provides you, obviously, with a way to adjust the numbers in an easy manner to get to 11. Do I think you need 11? Yes, I think you need 11. You can clearly create 11 without doing any serious violence to your state criteria.
So another question specifically about the DAISY 2. So the court decision knocked down 7 districts. So that was 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14. When the DAISY 2 was drafted, the way that it was drafted was it deleted out those specific districts and it left every other district in the Metro Detroit area. So my concern with the DAISY 2 is you have 8 original districts that are still in that plan. And we had a court holding specifically that for the Metro Detroit area in general, we had used race to draw those districts. And I think that's true with respect to everything else that's still on the plan. So that would be 4, 5, 6, 16, 17, 18, 9, and 13. Those original districts that we drew with the considerations of race under Mr. Adelson are still in that plan. So I don't know how we can say that that plan didn't have consideration of race because it's got so many prior districts in it. And then if you actually look at the plan and what was redrawn, when it was redrawn, because those districts that were still standing were left in place, when it was redrawn, if you look at District 11, which is kind of Grosse Pointe area, District 11 is virtually identical to Plan 10 or District 10 that was struck down by the court. And then District 1, which is the southern part of Detroit, is virtually identical to District 1 in the Hickory plan. And so the only other 2 districts that are different are 12 and 18. I'm sorry, 12 and 8 are significantly different. And if you notice looking at this chart, those districts would have been truly drawn without reference to race. And if you notice, we have 2 districts on the DAISY that are above 75%, which I'm going to guess, I haven't seen the numbers, but I'm going to guess that's District 8 and that's District 12. So I just, have some concerns about, number one, how can we say it's not drawn without consideration of race when so many original districts are still in it and those districts were drawn with consideration of race? And then how can we hand back potentially to a court a plan with 2 districts that are virtually identical to the districts they just struck down on us? It just, even if it comes out looking great on the VRA numbers, I think there are still some other issues.
Well, I have to say that assumptions as to the quality compliance of the other districts that the court did not address, I'm not prepared to opine on. The court did not find those districts drawn in that manner, in an unfair manner. There certainly are other districts in the state outside the Detroit area. Flint, as an example, which I understood where race was considered during the drawing of those districts. If the DAISY plan has districts that were left over from the prior plans, all these plans have a lot of districts, presumably, that were left over from prior plans. So I don't see that as a problem. You're right, maybe the court will, but the court did not hold those other districts as violating the Equal Protection Clause. So we have to correct those districts, which the court said did. And if we don't do anything without, those aren't a matter of consideration right now. They're lawful presently.
But what about the 2 districts that are just duplicates of what's in the Hickory?
Are those districts that were if we're redrawing the districts, I'm assuming we're redrawing all the districts that were declared unlawful. I mean, I don't know because I wasn't part of the process, but I'm assuming all the districts that were declared unlawful were in fact redrawn.
Yes, but
Okay,
when
that answers the question.
well, but when the map was done, they locked districts that were kind of sitting in the middle of the city of Detroit that were not determined by the court specifically to be unconstitutional. And that forced, when the new districts were drawn, them basically be drawn in the exact same way.
Are
That
the new
makes sense?
districts drawn in the exact same way? I assume that they're not. I assume the new districts are in fact new districts. I do not know the answer to that. So
Okay.
I can't opine upon the notion of what the districts look like specifically. I can only opine upon the voting age population and the turnout issues and the performance issues. If I'm assuming that the unlawful districts were redrawn in the DAISY 2 plan. If they weren't, if this is the same plan that the court rejected, then it won't be lawful. But if it's not the same plan that the court rejected, the districts are redrawn, then it's up to this body to decide whether or not they like the new plan or not. And you're considering it without turning on the racial numbers, so it's not a racial consideration. If there are districts that people think are unlawful, well, then somebody else can sue you. And that could well be the case. But as I speak right now, the DAISY 2 plan, we believe complies with the Voting Rights Act. That's what I'm opining on.
Thank you.
Not anything else.
Can I just ask, I see Commissioner Eads' hand, but just a little clarification on what Commissioner Zotella was talking about. So so we have, talking about this DAISY 2 plan, we redrew, and like she said, there were constraints to where we could redraw. So say we redrew and two of the districts look very similar to how they originally looked, but we did draw it without any race data there. So then is there a problem with those, or do they comply with this order?
Well, I think they comply with the Voting Rights Act. I don't have any question about that now, because but the question is, are they because you've redrawn them without using race? Are there other districts surrounding you that were not challenged, that could be challenged as a violation of the Voting Rights Act? And the answer to that is sure. I mean, people could bring another piece of litigation saying the plan, but if you've redrawn the plan and you've redrawn the districts, I don't think there's a sort of, if it's presumably more than de minimis changes, obviously if you just moved one precinct and flipped it back and forth, that would not seem to be a genuine effort to comply with the court's directive. But if you're redrawing and you are constrained by the geography, then you're constrained by the geography. I think you're attempting to comply with the court order.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eid.
Thanks. I have a few questions and comments, if that's okay. I think what you just said about the DAISY 2 map is absolutely correct. It was asked to be drawn as a district, as a plan that has the least amount of changes, and locked everything except for the districts that were struck down by the court. It was not drawn using race, and it was also not drawn while looking at the original Hickory map. Now, there is obviously a geographic constraint with the riverfront that the district goes up, but it was not meant to draw the same district. That's just the only place you could go with the other districts locked. However, I do find it interesting that it seems, if we could go back one slide, it does seem like there is a correlation between the districts, between the plans that are the highest on this list seem to be positively correlated with the plans that change the fewest number of districts. And the plans that change a greater number of districts seem to be negatively correlated with this list appearing at the bottom. Now, we know that correlation doesn't always equal causation, but I think that is I'm wondering is there any like legal thing for that, Mr. Braden? Like, is there any, is there any legal reason for that? Why changing fewer districts might result in better VRA considerations? And the only reason I ask this is because we've heard from our general counsel, Nate Fink, on a number of occasions now. I think he lost his voice saying this last week, was if you can change fewer districts, to change fewer districts.
Yeah,
that's my first question.
Well, first of all, I may have crawled to the top of the wall, but theoretically the court's decided I'm only on one side of the wall, which is advising you on compliance with the Voting Rights Act. I'm not sure I agree with that made sense to do that, but that's where I am. So I'm a little constrained about anything other than that. The correlation, I don't know, because I haven't looked physically at what the maps look like since the court case. I'm really only looking here in this very narrow issue. I'm assuming that these plans were all drawn without race. I make two assumptions. Plans are not drawn using race, and two, that they are reasonably configured. And that's pursuant to all the requirements that you have. Okay. If either one of those is not true, then the analysis isn't any good because the districts will not have been reasonably configured. In other words, if you use race primarily in drawing of the districts that come out are going to be considered by this court not to be reasonably configured. I assume that the commission is doing a good job trying to figure out all the other pieces. When I say a good job, I'm sure there's lots of disagreement over what that means, but are complying, and the judgment of whether you're complying or not with something like communities of interest, I would suggest to you, is totally 100% within your discretion. That's the Constitution assigns that to you. Some of these other things like population deviation is just mechanical, is just a number. So complying with that, but your judgment comes in the context of partisan fairness, which you have numbers for, and in communities of interest. Those types of considerations, I'm assuming you're doing the appropriate work there, and I'm just assuming the plans are right. If those are not right, then my analysis isn't any good. Because, as I said, this analysis is for plans that comply with the other requirements.
Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? So I just have two questions about this. When we're using the numbers that were on the last slide, we saw 11, 10, and 9. You're using 50% as that benchmark?
Yeah, but they're totally different numbers. This is voting age population by the plan. This is a census number.
Mm-hmm.
The prior number is an election number. It's related to elections. You could have a district that was, 40% Black, VAP, but the Democratic primary could be 55% Black. And in fact, that does happen all the time. So this is voting age population. This is just census numbers. The prior plan is election related, election results and related to trying to go from election results primary to and showing a turnout number. So totally different numbers. They relate to some degree, but sometimes they're further apart than you think.
Okay, but then are those numbers positively correlated to each other? Like if we improve one, would it possibly improve? Like if you wanted to go from 10 to 11 on the last slide.
You are very likely, if you change the Black voting age population, it would be nice if we could do it and tell you the turnout numbers. You could use the turnout numbers to adjust. I don't think we can get there. I just don't think we can do that. Yeah, but surely, yeah, of course, they are correlated. If you have a district that's 90% Black, it's going to have, Democratic primary is going to be 98% Black in all likelihood. If you have a district that's 42% Black, Democratic primary number is going to be more like probably 51 or 52% Black, but it varies. But the starting point for you, the easiest way to adjust, since you don't have the turnout numbers in a format that you can use to draw lines, is to look at voting age pop. If you increase the voting age pop from a very overpopulated, arguably overpopulated district, Black, to a less one, then you're likely to change the numbers. But I don't think I can give you, I don't think it's available. I could talk to Max and Lisa about Dr. Palmer and Lisa about whether we can do that in real time, but I don't think we can. I don't think we can do that. That's probably a step too far. But you're certainly going to have highly likely to affect that number by changing the voting age population of districts.
Okay, that answers that. Thank you. And then my last question is, as it relates to this 11 districts, I guess my question is, realistically, how big of a difference is there between 10 or 11? If we like some of the maps that let's just take, either Spirit or Detroit or Bergamot, because those both had 10. If this commission likes the communities of interest in those maps better, but it's at 10, how does that compare to having 11?
Sure. Well, I'm quite confident at 11. I am less confident at 10. That doesn't mean you guys have to make the decision, and we'll defend whatever decision you make, but the 11 number is going to be looked at because the analysis we did is exactly the analysis that Dr. Groffman's going to do. And if he sees that it was quite possible to create districts that comply with all your other requirements and come up with 11 rather than 10, there's a good chance he's going to say you needed to create 11. Is that a guarantee? No. I mean, there's an argument that 10 would work. And I'm quite willing to make that argument to the court and to Groffman that they work. But, that goes from what I think to be a relatively high probability of success. All the districts, I think, if drawn properly, have a very, very high degree of probability of being successfully analyzed as compliant with the Voting Rights Act if you've got 11 districts. You go down to 10, and I'm not betting my car title on it. So just to use a Youngstown, Ohio definition of trying to figure things out, maybe it would be familiar in Detroit too, I think. It becomes then much more of a roll of the dice.
Thank you, Mr. Braden. I guess that depends on your vehicle, wouldn't it? This is very informative.
Commissioner Zatella.
So one last question. Can we go back to the prior slide? So I just wanted to correct something that Commissioner Eade had said about there being a correlation between the number of districts locked versus number of districts changed. So if you actually look at this list, Marigold, Rosebud, and Sunflower, those did change the most districts total, including districts 16, 17, and 18. But the PNE, PNE2, and Promote the Vote changed 15 districts as well. So they also had a very high number of districts other than the specific districts named by the court that were changed. So I don't think you can draw any correlation between locking districts or not locking districts when you have one batch at the top and one batch at the bottom, and they all have
many districts changed outside of the 7 that the court specifically identified.
Mr. Eid, your hand is up. Is that again or still?
Yeah, I don't believe the promote the vote map changed that many districts, but we might want to double check on that. Maybe the peony and peony 2 did once we made changes, but I think I specifically asked how many districts the promote the vote map changed, and we saw that it didn't change all those districts, but we can look at that and determine.
Okay, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, it actually does. It changes 4, 5, 6, 9, and 13. It does not change 16, 17, and 18. So it changes many districts.
Mr. Braden, do you have anything further?
We understand the time frame involved. So I'm, whatever needs to be done to help you make the decision as to what plans to circulate, we'll do it. And it doesn't matter, if it's later this afternoon or if it's later tonight. Kim stays up late. And we'll stay up late. We'll do whatever needs to be done, and I'm available. Whenever anybody wants to you want to reach out to me. Our goal is to facilitate you being able to get the plans out in a timely manner, and so you can adopt a plan that's your plan. I, as I said before, I'm not here as a judge of a beauty pageant. I don't know what of these districts are the best plans by any stretch of the imagination. I have no notion of that. And so I'm only looking at this one very narrow issue, which is very important, because if we don't pass this one, you don't get to plan. But what's the best plan is the plan that you guys decide on.
Okay, thank you. Will we receive a copy of this presentation so we can have these?
Yes.
Data?
Yes. There'll be backup data that Kim will have if you've got anything additional that you want, but everything we've done is available for anybody to look at. So we'll figure out how to put it. Kim, you'll figure out how to put all this in a format that's easy for them to access, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Great.
Mr. Rice.
Yes, to follow on with what Mark was just saying, we'll attempt to do that. Yes. Let me share with you a couple of things that I wanted to bring to your attention. And if I can share my screen, there we go. A couple of things. All right. You should be seeing my overall screen that has a bunch of different things on it.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. The question that one of the commissioners had was whether or not districts had changed. So I brought up the map of Daisy 2. This is the maps that we have created for each of the 15 plans that shows the plan itself in the colors, but it also shows the lines for Hickory on top of it. So for District 1, that was a question there was a little bit of a sliver here where there was a difference done in there. Yes, indeed, most of District 1 is the same, but there is a little bit of change on District 1. These maps are very good to use because we've done crosshatches on the districts that have not changed. And so that gives you a good, quick view of where there's change or where there's not change. So you can see that these maps are on the My Districting website in the zip file that is there as the attachment, which I mentioned to you earlier today. So you can look at and download these PDFs or JPEGs. So you can look at them and have them there as quick looks at the district configurations. The second point I wanted to point out to you is we have done a table on the overall plan deviations for each of the plans. And if I can, let me see if I can increase the size of these. Okay. This is a table that shows the overall plan deviations for each of the plans. And the reason why this is sorted by the overall deviation column F, I wanted to point out to you that you had adopted provisions in terms or thoughts of keeping each district below 2.5%. If you look down here at the bottom, Daisy 2 has one district, the 12th district, that is 2.51. And there is, that'll still be with under the 5%, but Marigold and Tulip have districts that are higher than 2.5, and coupled with 21, which is the 2.47 high, they go over the 5%. So if you are considering those and you wanted to look at whether or not you'd want to bring these two down in terms of deviations to meet your prior guidance, this is why we put together this table for you, just to give you a clue on what things are. All the other plans are within the 4.96%, as you can see, in that regard. So we have all of these there. We have the supporting material that went into the graphics that Mark was showing. And as Mark has pointed out, and I think I mentioned it at one point in time, but we do have the on the Autobound system, we have that bottom line graphic of the populations. Right now, what you've been seeing for this last week has only shown total population, but we also have a separate active matrix that we can bring in for any plan that shows the race data like what you were seeing before. And so indeed, if Attorney Braden has said that that could be utilized or looked at, we do have that capability also. We just need to swap out the active matrix with whomever is drawing or helping you out on that side. So I just wanted to bring out those points for your benefit.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Brace? Commissioner Eid.
Hey, Mr. Brace. Thank you for that table. I think it's helpful. If it's not too much work, and if it is, let me know, because I know you guys already have a lot of work on your plate. But would it be possible, at the beginning of your presentation, you talked about the hash marks and how that shows which districts changed and which didn't?
Right.
Would it be possible just to compile that in a spreadsheet, in an Excel spreadsheet of some sort, and just say like what the map is and how many districts it changed from Hickory? I would find that useful, so we know exactly how many districts each version of each map changed.
Okay. Yes, we can do that. I won't have that within the next 10 minutes for you, but we'll have that tonight for you.
Whenever you can get it. Like I said, you might have other things that are more urgent, and if so, deal with those first.
Yes.
Okay, are there any other questions for Mr. Braden or Mr. Brace? Okay, I don't see any others. So next on our agenda is new business 6B, mapping considerations. So I assume this is where we're going to discuss what we're going to do with this information. I believe that Kim Brace or Kent Stegall are going to kick us off with this. Mr. Brace, you're muted if you're speaking.
I'm sorry. Yes, indeed. Actually, John Morgan is here, so he's available for doing mapping. He has loaded all of the appropriate plans on his machine that have gone through that fact checking before. And we have all of that data there. He has the active matrix that only shows total population. We'd have to flip him over to the other one that would show race if you wanted to see some of that at this point in time.
Okay, well, I'm thinking before we start just doing mapping, we should have a discussion about maybe which plans we are interested in looking at more specifically or working on to try to get them in compliance to move on to public comment. Does everyone agree with that, or are there other thoughts? I don't see anyone's hand up. So I do see Director Wood's photo or face. Do you have something? No? Okay. Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I'm just not really clear on having this information, what we need to change, because I feel like we don't really know what we need to change. Because we don't have like any identification of particular districts where, one's compliant and the other's not. I just think it's, I almost feel like we need to see more information before you could even intelligently make a determination as to how to change maps to make them hit that 11 number that they want us to hit.
So in my understanding, John Morgan would be able to show us each of the plans and we would be able to look at the specific numbers on the plans so that we would know.
John would have the plans there. He does not have the additional data that Mark Braden raised in terms of his slides dealing with primary turnout. That is the one that Dr. Taylor, or I'm sorry, Max had been working on and did utilizing vote history and other elements. That is not in our database for the purposes of the map drawing. So we would need to do a little bit more work to get what are the districts that Dr. Palmer had identified.
Do we know when we could have that information?
I think it would be fairly soon. Certainly later on, I'll talk to Dr. Palmer and see when we can get that information this afternoon.
Okay. Commissioner Lang.
It's been a quick second. Just for clarification, did you say you wanted kind of ideas on what maps we should look at?
Yeah, that's what I was,
okay,
where I was thinking we would start.
Okay. If I were going to give my opinion, I think we should look at the maps that were done collaboratively by the commission, such as the Spirit of Detroit one, the ones that had like promote the vote as a big part of it. I have serious concerns about that, again, because we don't know what went into making those. And they're pretty much done by an outside source and not the commission. So I think if we're going to look at ones that maybe we can make changes to, maybe the collaborative ones we should focus more on that were done. I don't know the word I'm looking for, but wholeheartedly
in our
with the
meetings.
commission. Yeah,
Right.
thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I have something else with that, but Director Woods, you have something?
Yes, I do. And I don't know if Mr. Fink has the same thing, but our litigation counsel will be on tomorrow at 9 o'clock. They just saw this presentation for the first time. As you know, the court required us to bifurcate our Voting Rights Act counsel from our litigation counsel, and that's happened. And so they will have some ideas and some suggestions with regards to what the commission can do with regards to those maps, but they will need some time to take in the analysis that was shared today and then provide some recommendations for a presentation tomorrow that will take place at 9 a.m.
Okay. Mr. Fink, do you have
Yeah,
something?
and I was gonna say that, and just to be clear, they'll be able to hopefully provide the commission with some more guidance in terms of what the legal team's perspective is on what the commission can't do and should be aware of. They're not going to be saying you should move this line here or that line there, but it's going to be, you know, hopefully giving the commission some guidance. It'll also allow some time for the mapping team to get the data together and input it. But I do think that Madam Chairwoman, your suggestion that perhaps the commission can use some time today, to the extent that there aren't other issues to be addressed, to consider sort of prioritizing the maps that the commission does want to tackle, to the extent that the commission does want to make some modifications in response to the information that the commission just learned from the VRA presentation and public comment broadly. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Eid?
Yeah, I was just gonna say we might want to wait to make any changes until tomorrow. I'm very curious at what the litigation firm has to say as far as, you know, we already took a vote previously not to use race at all, so we probably need another vote to use it in a narrowly tailored fashion, as was just described by Mr. Braden. And it might be good to have that insight from the Baker Hostetler firm before we vote on that, if that makes sense. I don't know. It just makes me wonder if we should do it or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I agree. We are lacking some information to move forward, but I do think I would like to suggest one thing we could do with some time that we have today is go through the list of our 14, 15 maps, and we could maybe make two groups. We could make a group that we know that we can each testify to was drawn without race because we did it collaboratively in live sessions, and then another group of maps that we can't testify to because it was given to us by a different group and we don't know how it was created or something like that. Do you think that would be useful? Commissioner Kellum?
I think it could be useful. During the presentation, I was even more discriminate to be honest. I highlighted the maps that had the best scoring, but also were the most collaborative. And in remembering our conversations about communities of interest, because I think as a commission, we're all very intelligent, but I do think sometimes our hiccup could, we become fearful when we start to overthink. And though I do heavily respect Baker Hostetler, and I am awaiting their analysis, I sent Commissioner Callahan a message that said, I think these tweaks, like not necessarily if we think of a pottery class, right? It's not changing a cup into a bowl, but it's like maybe restaining it and making small adjustments. So I think we know enough about the Detroit area. We have public comment. Again, I'm still on the fence about necessarily making changes, but when we get to that point, it'll be like precincts and neighborhoods and thinking more carefully about who lives in these areas. And that will allow us to not make wholesale changes, but expand or, contract, right, certain districts in the way that they can create that 11. And some of those maps are closer than others. Quite frankly, once you eliminate maps that aren't collaborative and we can't defend, thus they suggest a higher legal risk. You have Daisy 2 and Spirit of Detroit, and we've talked about our analysis regarding, then Daisy 2 locks in districts and handicapped us from being able to make switches regarding communities of interest. We know what Spirit of Detroit explored. So I'm with you, Chair Orton. I just think that whether it's two groups or whatever, we definitely have enough information to speak to the maps and what we prefer.
Okay, Commissioner Weiss?
I was thinking just as a suggestion, since Daisy 2 seems to be pretty close, the deviation, as in District 12, it's lacking a little population. Maybe we could go in and tweak that, get that back where it belongs, and then go from there. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Morgan, could you show us Daisy 2, I guess? And Commissioner Andrada, do you have something?
Yeah, I was wondering if we could also take out the ones that were down in the 8 versus the 11. Those maps, we can disregard those because it would seem like it would require too much narrowly tailoring to bring them up. Is that possible?
That makes sense to me. I think, yeah, we just need to have a discussion about how we are going to weed it down to the ones that we feel comfortable with and that we could narrowly tailor. Commissioner Kellum?
I don't know if we're having a discussion now, but I mean, I'll start it off. I think we have in ones that I would discard, that would be number 2, peony to promote the vote. Commissioner Sotela's map, unfortunately, both Trillium maps, Marigold, Rosebud, and Sunflower. That would leave you with Daisy 2, Spirit of Detroit, Bergamot 1 and 2, Tulip, and Water Lily, unless I'm missing the origins of one of those maps. So that would leave us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maps. And I've already expressed my feelings about Daisy 2. I personally think it will require too much tweaking and doesn't do a good job of communities of interest, but those would be the 2 groups.
Okay, Commissioner Lang?
Again, I'm just going to stress, you cannot eliminate Commissioner Sotela's. It's in the Constitution that she has the right to submit them. And she actually, in all technicality, if we're fixing collaborative maps, she could technically go in and adjust hers again. It's a constitutional right, whether the map is liked or not. It's her constitutional right. I can't stress that enough. So we cannot eliminate her map. It's in the Constitution.
It's nothing
That's it.
personal. I just gave a
No,
quick
I
list
know.
based upon scoring and based upon our legal advice of being sure how a map was drawn. So whether it's a constitutional right at all or not, that's just my short list is I was spitting them out based upon what was in the presentation. So again, no harm, no foul. It has nothing to do with Commissioner Sotela. It could have been anyone's individual map. I would have said their name. I don't have a personal vendetta against anybody.
I completely understand. I just wanted to stress the constitutional part of it.
Okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Lett.
Well, Commissioner Lang raises an interesting question on Commissioner Sotela's map. I guess it's my understanding that if an individual commissioner submits a map that it can't be changed. I guess I'd like a legal ruling on that from our counsel, either Fink Brescott or Baker Hostetler. So I'm requesting a legal opinion on whether an individual commissioner's map can be changed.
Okay. So I I understand that Commissioner Kellum was really good about writing things down really fast. So I did not get them all written down fast. So I wonder, Mr. Braden, if we could see this, one of the slides, that listed the maps. I don't remember which slide it was, maybe number 3. If that slide could be put up again.
Commissioner, I just got from the Braden Group the slides, and I've forwarded them on to Edward.
Okay.
So I think he should have the whole map set or the slide deck so that he could show them.
Okay, great.
I took a screenshot of it, so it's not super great quality
Okay.
until Edward pulls his up. You could
Yep.
use this
I
one.
just got the email, so just a second.
Okay, well, this will suffice. I just wanted to be able to write down the ones that are 11 and then close to 11. I don't know if anyone else needed it, but. Okay, so I'm done with it. I don't know if anyone else still wants it. I think that's good enough, Sarah. Thank you.
And I will forward that right now.
Okay, thank you. So do we want to see, I think it was Commissioner Callahan or someone suggested to look at Daisy 2. Do we want to see that right now, or do we want to wait until we receive more information tomorrow morning? Go ahead, Commissioner Kellum, but you're muted.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Did we make any decision on which of the 15 maps we want to carry forward with? Because obviously I don't think they can all move forward. I
Right.
think we can whittle that list down now in discussion. Whether we have to vote on the maps individually to say, is it still in the go, or if we just want to make broad swaths of saying, let's eliminate all maps that meet a certain criteria, but somehow we need to whittle this 15 down to a more manageable number.
I agree. And in my opinion, we could weed out the ones that are not collaborative. And then, of course,
I agree, and I think we can also, weed out the ones that scored the lowest on the Voting Rights Act. So those that scored 8 or below, probably can't be fixed with minor tweaks. So we should maybe just eliminate those. And then we can also take a second vote and eliminate those that we don't believe to be collaborative.
Okay, Mr. Fink.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Commissioner Callahan's suggestion seems reasonable to me, but that process was at least in part contemplated by the procedures that we had discussed this morning, which I sent around, and I would suggest that the commission take that up perhaps now and just determine whether it wants to pass the procedure, because it has this procedure or proposed procedure in place for addressing which maps to move forward on, at least in part. I think at this point, the commission has expressed an desire to at least modify some of the maps before making a final decision on that. But I think perhaps it would be an appropriate time to do that.
Okay, so you're telling us we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Just a little bit.
Okay, so then we had that sent to us during our break. The what did we call it? The mapping procedures and processes document or something like that. I don't see it here, but
Let me put it up on the screen. Would you prefer the red line or the clean version?
I think the clean version, unless somebody needs to see the red line again.
All right, let me put up the clean version.
we can see that.
I'll ask Mr. Fink if he wants to provide any comments, if he can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay.
I don't really have much further comment beyond what we discussed this morning. I made the change that Commissioner Zatella had requested at the very end, about the VRA analysis, and just added the sentence at the end that says that the VRA analysis of any alternate drafts shall also be displayed for public comment and sent to the court. Make sure that that's included. Beyond that, I think this is the same document that we had presented earlier. And I think that the section right above that, it's section 2. If you scroll up a little bit, that's where the commission can essentially decide. Yeah. Well, no, if you, sorry, scroll down, just determining the number of draft proposed maps. So I think from within that provision, the commission can decide to vote on which of the maps to advance. That's what I do. Commissioner Zatella, it looks like she has a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I had actually sent over a requested change to this earlier. I don't know if maybe you just didn't get it in time, Nate.
Oh.
But, you know, under our prior policy, we had sort of a process for collaborative maps and advancing those maps where it was voted on. And then we had a separate process for individual maps. So like a parallel process where individuals can automatically just produce their map and then it gets, you know, published for publication without a vote of the commission. It just automatically advances. And this is kind of combining the two. It doesn't clearly say one way or another, but I just want to make sure we're following our prior policy of, you know, because I have an individual right to submit a map, it just automatically gets published, even if it's not voted on by the commission.
Yeah, I don't personally have an issue with that. I think for the public comment period, constitutionally, if a commissioner wants to advance an alternate draft, that they can do so. I didn't see this language as limiting that, or at least it wasn't intended to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to adopt this document.
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded that we adopt this, what was it called? Procedures and something.
I think the deliberations process.
Okay. So is there any further discussion on this document? Seeing none, all in favor of adopting this document, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
Okay, the ayes have it, and that document is adopted. So now that we have adopted that, we can move forward deciding if we want to weed out any plans. We don't have to weed any out at this point, but we can, the ones that were farther down the line or that we deem that we aren't interested in improving and moving forward. Any discussion about that? Commissioner Zatella?
So I would like to leave the sunflower in the kind of the mix, even if we're not going to work on it today, until we're able to see kind of this underlying analysis to see how easily that map could potentially be adjusted. But I think we should definitely take the rosebud, marigold, and then the peony 2, peony 1, and then the promote the vote off.
Okay, are there other comments about that? I personally feel that we should take the maps off that were given to us by outside sources, because we can't say that they weren't drawn using race. In fact, I believe some of the groups who did submit maps to us that we were looking at have stated on the record that they did use race to create them. Commissioner Callahan?
I agree. I think we should remove promote to vote and any derivative maps that came from that map.
Okay. Commissioner Ling?
Would that include the Trillium maps also? Since those
so.
came from an outside source?
I believe so.
Okay.
And are there any others? Commissioner Kellum?
I would agree to removing lower scoring maps as well as maps by outside source. So the peony maps, promote the vote, Trillium, as well as marigold, rosebud, and sunflower. That would leave us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 collaborative maps, 1 individual map. The 6 being Bergamot 1 and 2, Tulip, Water Lily, Daisy 2, and Spirit of Detroit. Bergamot 1 and 2, Tulip, and Water Lily all scored 9. Daisy 2 scored 11. Spirit of Detroit scored 10. And I think even out of that bunch, there were maps that we did not particularly, like, we weren't a fan of. But again, because we sent all the maps knowing that we did not like all the maps.
Right.
So from that 6, I think we could get even fewer, but that's my opinion. I mean, not just my opinion, is my opinion comes from listening to you all.
Right.
And so,
Okay.
yeah, that I'm adding to the discussion.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Callahan?
I agree. I think we should get rid of the maps that score an 8, just because there's just more than tweaks needed to bring those up to VRA.
Okay. I agree. Does anyone have a disagreement with that? So could we see a list again? So just so we're all clear about which ones we are. Okay. Thank you, whoever's sharing. Sarah. Okay. Commissioner Callahan, your hand's up, but I'm thinking it's just still up. Okay. Mr. Fink.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's fine to go through this process, of course, and, after you go through we're not up against our hard and fast deadline yet, of course. So if after you go through the process over the next couple of days, reworking some of these maps, you could always consider going back and revisiting some of these other ones that you've removed, of course. And, just by removing them and taking this action right now, it doesn't necessarily remove it entirely from your consideration. But, it makes sense to, to the extent that you can to try to narrow this list. But I just wanted to make that comment, just to keep that in mind. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Morgan, did you have something? You're muted.
Thank you. Just one minor point on this regarding what Mr. Fink just said. It is also possible to look at a overlay of one of those previous maps without looking at the plan itself. So that's just a tool you have at your disposal if you want to.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lett. You're on mute.
Sorry, excuse me. The list that we just had up there, ones that, quote, were removed and ones that were individual, the Trillium STL that's not an individual map of mine. That was from MSU, so that needs to be removed, along with all the Trillium maps or derivatives.
Yes.
Once that's done, then I would move at this time that we consider the collaborative maps listed in column A the individual maps, we don't need to consider because it's an individual map and goes in regardless. So that would be my motion to consider those. As I think Mr. Fink said, we could come back and review others if we chose to at a later date, but for going on right now, column A would appear to be a reasonable review.
Do we have a
I
second?
second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to, at this time, work, consider column A, the maps in column A, to work on and move forward to presenting to the public. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor of this motion, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
Okay, the ayes have it, and the motion advances. Okay, so now I don't know that we have the information we need at this point to do anything further with these maps. Does anyone have an idea of something that we could do, or do we need to wait till tomorrow morning? Mr. Fink.
Thank you, and I'm talking a lot, but I'm not suggesting that you do this necessarily right now, but I think it would be very beneficial if commissioners, following in the deliberations process guidance that we provided before, in preparation for tomorrow, before you meet tomorrow, review each of these maps that you intend to go through and potentially make modifications to, and think about all of the constitutional criteria as it relates to each of these maps, including, of course, some of the hard numbers stuff, population deviation, that sort of thing, but communities of interest, partisan fairness, that information. If you don't have the partisan fairness information, we can make sure to provide that, or I think it should be available on the online, and I think it's been shared, but and all 7 criteria to make sure that you're well prepared to have that discussion tomorrow and perhaps into the next day. Thank you.
Okay, so is that something that people think would be valuable to do together this afternoon? Go through each of the maps and look at the criteria that we can look at, not looking at VRA necessarily, because we will get more information on that tomorrow. Commissioner Callahan?
Yes, I think that would be very helpful. I've been hoping for this discussion for a long time.
Okay, then I'm going to suggest that we take a break for 10 minutes or so, and then come back and have that discussion, look at those maps, unless there is any objection. Seeing no objection, then we will take a break until 3:20. Assuming that everyone's back, we can resume. So John Morgan, if you would share your screen and we could just maybe go down that list. It's in the chat, of the plans that we want to see. Can you see that?
I think so. I think I can see that. Also, Commissioner Weiss had mentioned wanting to look at the DAISY 2 because it was out of the 2.5 population. So I currently have that one open if you want to start.
Sure, that's great.
Okay, and then again, I'll share now, but the other thing I'd say is that Mr. Brace has, or I can get, but I don't have right here, the static maps that show the overlay of the maps that were drawn with the Hickory plan, the hatch mark maps. So I think that might be useful to look at as well.
Yes, to interject for a second, I am pulling together those maps and into a smaller file to be able to send to Edward so he can get them to the commission.
Okay, so this is the DAISY 2 map. And I was just going to point out what Commissioner Weiss had noticed that District 12, well, Kim Brace brought it up, but Commissioner Weiss suggested that that's something that you could change without having additional data. But I understand you're not doing that at this moment. So the District 12 is negative 2.51.
Okay, well, I don't know that we're against doing that at this point. It'll be a small little change is to bring it into at least compliance with number 1. What I think we're doing now is kind of going through the list of all of the requirements besides VRA to see if it complies. So we might want to get that one in compliance. Commissioner Eid?
Yeah, I think that I think there's a discrepancy between the overall plan deviation of 4.98 that is being displayed now and what y'all had shown in that spreadsheet that Kim brought up earlier. Because I think that one said 5 point something. So if we want to fix the population first and then go over why we like or dislike this map. I'm just wondering what number we're going with.
I think that the DAISY plan was one district was barely out of alignment. There was another plan, I think, that was further out of alignment.
I had DAISY 2 on the graphic that I was showing you earlier, District 12 at minus 2.51.
Okay. So who would like to drive the fixing the populations on that? Commissioner Weiss, since you brought it up, are you interested in doing that?
Well, I am. I'm just have been looking at it off, on the website, trying to figure the best place to take it because it looks like most of the surrounding districts are pretty much in line. 10 has a little bit extra in it that we could grab. We could take some from 10. I guess, John, if you wanted to take and grab a district or a precinct or something to see how that would look, maybe that one right down at the corner of East Point there. And in 10, it's kind of a little angle. Looks like a river or a highway. Yeah, I guess that's a highway.
This one here is the one.
No, come down a little lower. Right down there where the, yeah, right in that area. I don't know if that would be too much.
But we're trying to go take out of 12. 12 is too high, right? Or is it too low?
No, it's too low.
Okay.
Commissioner Weiss is correct.
Okay,
And what I was trying to do is take some from 10 and put it to 12, trying that area right there, which I'm not sure how big that precinct is and how many people are in it.
Okay, are you contemplating the entire precinct? Or
Yeah, well,
just-
depending on the population,
Okay.
yes.
So I'll bring up the labeling on that with the population number. Okay, so the entire is 2,300. So
Yeah.
if you took that out, sorry, 2,900, then you'd probably be okay on both districts.
Well, what if we were to just take where the expressway is, just to the left there, just take that area? I
Okay.
don't know if that's a good idea or not, but
Okay, and then now what I should do is I should stop here and say, this is the actual plan. So if we're going to make changes, I need to close this and copy it. So if you would
yes,
give me a moment to do that.
that's good.
Okay, and again, trying to keep this straight. So this will be 29 for today's date, 01/29/24, version 1, because it's the first map we're looking at today. House District, Daisy. Now, I should also potentially indicate it's collaborative. We put Daisy 2 on top of this after we'd looked at a different one. So with permission, I will just put
Yes. Do it so you can find it again.
Yeah. Okay. And then I'm going to take off well, I don't know what I should ask the question. So the final check just refers to looking for discontiguity and also unassigned population. So that just indicates that I ran that check. So here, one option would be to keep that designation, assuming that we won't disrupt that, or I can rerun that at a later date and add it back.
Whatever's easiest for you.
Okay, I'll keep the designation and try to be careful. Okay, so that's 1,150 people. So doing that from 10 to 11, both will be in population tolerance.
Okay, if you would do that, please.
Okay.
All right, I guess I like it. Anybody else have any comment on that?
I don't see any.
That's good, I think. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm wondering, I know Commissioner Callahan has been very excited to have this discussion about these maps. So I wonder, do you want to lead us going through each of the requirements for the maps and see how we each feel about them?
Sure, I guess so. The first requirement seems to be, do you want to start with this map with Daisy 2?
Yeah, since it's up, let's just start with this.
So
Also,
I assume we,
Commissioner Kellum has her hand raised.
Oh, Commissioner Kellum.
Sorry, I was trying to eat while my teeth felt normal. This might already happen, but I wanted to see the hickory overlay. I know we did this during their presentation, but I wanted to see that again with this map. But I don't want to take it away from Commissioner Callahan.
Okay,
go ahead.
I think that can happen while we're doing this.
Okay, and then I will bring that in as an overlay, and then as Kim Brace said, he will soon have the copies of those static maps that have that same information. So give me a moment, I'll pull up the overlay. Okay, so the outline in dark blue has the existing hickory boundaries. And as a reminder for this plan, we discussed earlier that this Daisy 2 plan did not change any district that was not named by the court. So for example, you see District 5 and 6 are following exactly the same boundaries, but District 7 and 8 are different. 9 and 13, as we showed, are also the same.
Oh, are we ready?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so just going down the list of the criteria, the first one, of course, is population and VRA. Population seems to be fine now, and VRA will consider, I mean, we had the score, right? Contiguous districts. We're good there?
Yes, I ran the contiguity check and it passed that.
All right, the next one is communities of interest. Who can talk to communities of interest that are they, which ones are good and which ones are maybe we didn't hit the target? Commissioner Callum?
I think that's actually why I don't like this map very much at all, because it's fine. Of course, we have to account from, for 91 something thousand people, right, with population, but it doesn't do a good job of observing neighborhoods in the Detroit area. And I think even during this map process, we've been talking about other areas, but it's in quotations, but it's also important to mention, like, even when we're talking about like Dearborn or Melvindale, that is no longer Detroit. So while it might do okay things for those areas, the central piece of this argument is doing the best for Detroit. And I'm fond of these other cities, but that isn't like Detroit proper. So I think District 8, if I was going to be specific, pulls down again, and this is, so excuse me if I sound a little bit like a broken record, but it pulls down from those Northeast communities all the way down to the New Center area. So it doesn't really matter if you're from the Detroit area or not, but if you could just imagine your neighborhood being included with a downtown area. And I'm not so sure when I think of representation, how one person could manage all of that from a practical standpoint, those different interests when we're thinking of communities and neighborhoods. The overlay makes it a little bit difficult. I think Hamtramck in this is in with 9, or part of it
Yeah,
is,
Hamtramck's in with 9 and
okay,
Highland Park is in
is in with 8, right? Okay. So that would be my kind of 2 cents. It crosses 8 Mile in some areas, which, you know, is fine. But I just don't think it does a good job, again, like we've raised, because those other districts are locked. We're just forced to do very specific changes when you have a map like this. So that's my piece about community of interest, but there are other hands.
Mr. Eid?
Yeah, so I agree with much of what Commissioner Kellum said. I don't think this is the prettiest map that we have by any means. I'll be the first to admit that. And I don't think it does the best job of communities of interest either. I think there are maps that do a better job than this one at that. I do think there are communities of interest, though, that are supported by it. First off, since this map only changes the 7 districts that are required to change, it supports all of the same community of interest that we adopted in the Hickory map previously. And while I was drafting it, I mentioned the Detroit community of interest a couple times. And what I meant by that was it has 2 more districts that are located fully in Detroit, being District 4 and District 8, being fully in Detroit, whereas previously those districts were not fully in Detroit. I think, you know, you also have the communities of interest in the previous Hickory map that we can discuss if you want. This is one of the only maps that keeps Melvindale with Dearborn because it didn't change District 3. But yeah, that's about all I got.
I wondered if we could take off the Hickory overlay and put on the neighborhoods overlay to just kind of look at that, how we did with that.
Okay, I'll set that up. Do you want me to put the names of the neighborhoods on, or are you okay with just the boundaries?
Just the boundaries is fine, and maybe scroll so we can see the bottom. Okay, thank you.
So are there any more comments on communities of interest or neighborhoods? Okay, then how does this map come out on partisan fairness?
Mr. Eid?
I'm pretty sure all of the maps we have left score just about exactly the same as Hickory did. But I think there is a table of all of the the maps and their partisan fairness metrics?
Yes, I believe you're right.
Maybe we should pull that up and
Yeah, let's have a look at that.
check.
Mr. Fink?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Is someone pulling that up? Yes, or would you like me to?
If you have it, that would be
I
great.
have a chart. I did, but I didn't know if Mr. Brace or Mr. Morgan had it, if they were gonna be pulling it up.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me, so I would look for someone else that has that.
Okay, so I have it's just a spreadsheet that has, it actually has all of the plans, so it would include, I haven't purged it of the maps that the commission has decided, at least for now, not to consider. Through this process. So I will share my screen.
Okay, we can see that.
Could we hide the rows for maps that we have deprioritized? Like Marigold and Peony, Rosebud, Sunflower, the Trillium family. And yeah.
I think that, so this should be the 6 plus, this is Commissioner Sotela's individual plan, which is separated here. So I think this is right here are the 6 that the commission is currently considering, and then here's Daisy.
So it looks like everything is pretty close to the same, but Daisy 2 actually has the best score.
Yeah.
If you look across all 4 criteria.
Right. But
okay,
so my comment would be, personally, they all seem very close. I don't think there's any that we should weed out due to the partisan fairness score. So when we look at the others, we can know that they're all basically the same. Commissioner Eid?
I personally would agree with what you just said, Commissioner Orton. I think I've been one of the hardest sticklers on partisan fairness over the past couple of years. And to me, all of these, at least these collaborative maps that we have left, it seems like they lean slightly Republican in 3 of the measures of partisan fairness and slightly Democratic in the 4th one. And I think more importantly, it matches almost exactly to what we already passed with the Hickory map. And to me, that's what's important, that it matches or does better than Hickory. And I think all the ones we have left pretty much do that.
Great. Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Fink.
I think that's all the criteria, right? And we didn't favor a candidate with this map, and we already looked at towns and neighborhoods and county lines. So, is there any other comments on this map?
We just look at it one more time for compactness.
I think Commissioner Eid has his hand up.
Yeah, I'll just say for the record, once again, race was not used to draw this map at all, and no other third-party map or anything like that was used to draw it. It was drawn live in our collaborative process last week at the hearing due to commissioners wanting to see if it was possible to draw a map that didn't have changes except what was required by the court.
Commissioner Kellum?
Just 2 things. I think we should be careful on how we compare maps to Hickory. If we're doing it for like visuals and overlays, I think that's okay. But I'll also say that Daisy 2 resembles Hickory a little too much for me. And that's a map that was struck down. So that is exactly why I wanted to have the overlay. So I don't think we should be on like expressing. I just think of this when we were just comparing partisan fairness. Oh, because it was closer to Hickory, then that's a good thing. To me, it's like actually not a good thing. I don't want anything to be close to Hickory because that was a map that was problematic. So that is just my 2 cents. I understand that other people could feel differently.
Mr. Morgan, are you sharing? We do not see your screen if you were trying to share your screen.
Okay, sorry, I was waiting for the request. Okay, so this is the Daisy 2 FC that we just changed the area of District 12. And you want me to run the compactness report on that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we haven't discussed the compactness reports in a while. So this has many compactness tests and the report is 13 pages long. So the first one here is Polsby Popper. And so it's got the individual districts on the right side with that number. And then it shows the most compact, least compact for the Polsby Popper measure. So we can discuss what the compactness means a little bit, or we can just, just look at the report. I don't know if there are any top line statistics, so I'm just going to scroll through this to the end to see. Yeah, it does identify the most and least compact.
Okay. Maybe you could just talk about compactness just a little bit.
And I'll defer to Mr. Brace if he has something else to say on this. So the courts may evaluate compactness many different ways. In my experience, the Polsby Popper is one that they look at a lot, and this is a comparing the area of the district to an area of a circle with the same perimeter is what it says. So that's what this is. And at the end of this report, it shows you the least compact district is 58.14 on Polsby Popper. And 58 was not one of the districts that was changed. So at the very least, you can say that none of the changes that were made resulted in a district that was the least compact. So that's something that you might want to consider. And then there are other ways to look at this data. Then the next one is the Schwartzberg. And again, it's got 58 as the least compact on Schwartzberg. And REOC is another score which compares the perimeter of the district to a circle in a different way than the Polsby Popper does. I have to refresh my recollection, as I say, as to which is which. But one of them is basically how well does the district fill a circle, and the other one rewards the district for not having a lot of nooks and crannies or crenellations. So those two scores are complementary in a sense, REOC and Polsby-Popper. And so on the REOC score, the least compact district is 0.13 for District 5. And in this particular case, District 5 was not a district that was changed. So you could say again that whatever changes were made did not result in the districts that were changed being the least compact. Even though District 5 is the lowest and it is in the metro area, it was not changed during this drafting process. The next
in this particular plan.
In this particular plan, that's right. All right, and then the length width comparison. Again, similarly, District 5 is listed as the least compact on this 100 out of the 110 districts, and it was not a district that was changed. So the last one is convex hull. And this one doesn't compare the area of the district to a circle, but to another shape. They describe it as a convex hull, but it's another geographic shape that you can derive from a measurement using the perimeter of the district. And in this case, again, just looking at the least compact, it's District 58. Which was not adjusted in this plan. So that's just one quick way you can look at and think about, well, whatever was done, it didn't result in a district being the least compact, and therefore your endpoints are sound in the sense that they are not resulting in a single district that is least compact or less compact than any in the Hickory plan. So I think that's a useful thing to consider. You can look at the individual compactness scores on districts if you need to.
John, before you close that screen, there's a link at the top of each of those pages. No, in the report itself.
Yep.
And click on that link.
Okay, and this will tell us more about the
scores. That's right. So that is a good synopsis of compactness in the various scores and how they're done. And it has images of sample districts with circles or convex hulls or whatever around them, so you can see what they look like.
It's not letting me click directly from this. I guess this is the Audubon Edge viewer, so it's not even a PDF yet.
Okay. Yeah, so we can generate that and send it to the commission. We did that before, I believe, but we can get it to all commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Morgan.
Okay, and then just for my purposes, I'm just going to save this since I ran the report. Oh, there we go. It brings us to a website. There we go. That's why it wasn't showing up. So here's the information on the Polsby-Popper, and my shorthand was more or less correct. How well does the shape fill a circle? The Schwartzberg is a little more complicated. The Audubon program simplifies it into a number that approximates 1 to 0, or 0 to 1 rather. So that's the Schwartzberg calculation. It compares it to the circumference of the circle whose area is equal to the area of a district. So previously we were looking at comparing perimeters in Polsby-Popper. It's the area of the district, but it's comparing it to the area of a circle whose circumference is equal to the perimeter of the district. So the input value is the perimeter of the district. That is the perimeter of the district from the district, and then the ratio of that area to that circle. Okay, and then here's REOC. So REOC is the minimum bounding circle. So again, it is a circle, but it's a different way to calculate it. So it basically, it calculates the minimum enclosed circle, and then it's comparing the districts, the ratio of the area of the district to the area of the minimum bounding circle. So again, what I was saying is, if you have a lot of crenellations, like all these islands and this little hand here, this little appendage down here, and etc., that causes the score to be less. The convex hull, there we go. This is what I was getting at. So here your enclosing shape is a circle. Here the convex hull kind of shortens that. And now it's saying, well, I'm going to draw along the outer boundary, and you see how it's just going point to point instead of a full circle. And that's just another way of measuring it. We talked about length and width. So this is a rectangle, and you compare the length to the width. I think that covers it. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I clicked on that. It just didn't open as I expected.
Okay, so is there anything else on this map that we need to discuss or see a report on or look at? Okay, then do we just do these in alphabetical order? I guess is the easiest thing to do. So that would mean if we could see the Bergamot 1 plan, please.
And in this case, I'm not going to copy it because I don't anticipate we're making active changes to it.
So the population is okay across districts, correct? And you ran the contiguous check?
I
Mr.
did.
Morgan? Okay. So the next one on the list is community of interest. How are we doing on this map with that? Does anybody have a comment? I will say this District 8 is not my favorite version of District 8 because it encompasses from the very bounds of 8 Mile all the way down up to almost downtown. Anyone else? Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, so there are some COI relationships that I do like in here. I think District 1, that downriver district that we created, is good. I think it represents what that downriver community wanted to see. This version and most of the other versions of the maps that we have left do take Melvindale out of District 3 and puts it in District 2, which, I don't love, but I think the compromise there is having District 3 reunite Dearborn, and that way you could still have 2 districts that support that community of interest. And as we've heard, I think, I'm of the opinion that Melvindale should be with District 3. I think being in District 2 is something that we've also heard is okay. And I think Commissioner Muldoon agreed with that. I agree, Ms. Callahan, that, I don't love District 8 in here. I think that having a district that maybe doesn't run all the way from 8 Mile down into Midtown would be better. But I think District 11 is okay. It's kind of a, Detroit up through the River District. I think District 12 is okay. It has northeastern Detroit along with East Point. I think the Oakland County, Wayne County parts, the Oakland County and Macomb County communities are also well served by this map. You have District 7 that doesn't cross into Macomb or Wayne County. You have District 14 that only crosses into Wayne but not into Oakland. And you have Districts 4 and 5 in this configuration that are wholly located within Detroit. Oh, and we should probably say, so this is the version that has Grosse Pointe, the Grosse Pointes being in a district along with St. Clair Shores.
And I think we can add that, if I remember correctly, this is one that we did collaboratively, all in a public meeting, no outside sources. So we did it without looking at race data. Commissioner Kellum.
Hi, everybody. John, do you mind putting up the neighborhood names for the map? Not the boundaries, but the actual labels.
Sure. I have to actually have both on in order to show it.
Oh,
I'll
you're
get the
right. I'm
names.
sorry.
No problem.
And then
No
if you
problem.
get a moment, zoom in a little because it might be muddled.
Where do you want to zoom in?
Just start zooming in and then I think I want to see the western side of Detroit, but I want to be sure. Something else might catch my attention.
Okay, so I'll just go by district. So this is District 1, the neighborhoods here. Okay, and then we'll look at District 4.
So let's say this is District 1 that I'm looking at. So I think this is going to speak to my general comment with this map. I agree with the sentiments for District 8. I think it just scoops too far to the south towards the downtown area with District 1. I think if I remember correctly, this was done for population, but I'm not sure. I'm a big fan of North Corktown and Corktown being grouped with parts of Southwest, and then Southwest turns into downriver. I think we have other versions and other versions of the map that do a better job of keeping communities together. But I lost my train of thought of what I was just gonna say. Jesus. But let me see District 4. Can you go north just a little bit? I want to make sure. Okay, yeah, that's District 16 and District 4. And then District 5 goes north how far? Okay, and then can you go west, John, please? So if I'm
I
looking
think-
at this correctly, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the end of 5 here.
Okay, I was like, it's the same color. And that green portion is District 16 that goes how far west?
Oh,
I also say for this one, but I'm not sure. I know these are districts that we weren't charged with fixing, and I think they may be cleaned up in some other maps. I'm not sure. But this idea that we have Brightmoor with parts of Livonia. Brightmoor is a pretty starved area, but you know, I'm not gonna talk despairingly. Is rapidly being revitalized. I know there are a lot of neighborhood citizens, you know, good neighbors in the area that are working to make that the heart and soul of that particular neighborhood that it should be. And so generally, though we can't keep all neighborhoods together when we're thinking about Detroit, I think we should be careful, and this happens in District 16 and 17, how we're putting Detroit, like Detroit proper, with neighborhoods, with the folks that are there, with communities, when we're mixing communities of interest with these western suburbs. So couple with what I said about the Southwest area, District 8, I think this is a map, though the other criterion are important, but it focuses not enough on the people, more about metrics and numbers, if that makes sense.
I think another community of interest, we got, at least while I was there to hear them, a lot of public comments on was Ferndale and Palmer Woods, Oak Park, Royal Oak Township, maybe being with Detroit, and those were all very, you know, up south, north of 8 Mile. So that doesn't really follow some of the public feedback we've gotten.
And I'll say, Commissioner Callahan, if you look closely between District 6 and 7, Royal Oak Township, which is the area that is going kind of west of 8 Mile, is split.
Yeah,
and
it's split.
And yep, District 6, if we go north into District 6, can you scroll up, please? You've got
Oak Park in Birmingham.
A sweeping suburban district. Birmingham is a particular demographic. When I say demographic, also community of interest. With Berkeley having a more, I feel like it gets more, what word do I want to, like, liberal, creative, free, hippie is the word that comes to mind, but I don't want to label any one area as we go south towards 8 Mile. And not that there aren't hippie folks in Birmingham, but these are all areas that I frequent. And so the vibe, the culture, the neighborhoods change ever so slowly, but end up being pretty drastic in District 7. Again, I don't think that I like hate any of the maps. I think we just continue to improve upon the design. Like it just got better and better as we moved along. Go ahead, Commissioner Callahan, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. That was good input. Does anybody else have any comments on the districts here? Okay, the partisan fairness we've already looked at. Incumbent, I don't know of any advantages there. Does anybody have comments on our consideration of towns, counties, and townships, other than we just noted Royal Oak Township was split? Do we want to look at compactness on this map?
Yeah, I think we should take a quick look at all of them on compactness.
Okay.
Okay, I'll run the compactness report here. Okay, and again, just for this quick overview, I think it's useful to look at the least compact district again, just so we can see if the new least compact district in the entire plan happens to be or does not happen to be a changed district. So plan name, Bergamot 1.
John, is it possible to zoom in a little bit?
Maybe, maybe not. Let me see. Because right now, this is a report viewer. So I think, let me change it to a PDF. And then let's go find this. Okay, so now in the PDF, it's already a little better, and then I've got a zoom function in the PDF.
That's much better, thank you.
So name of the plan, Bergamot 1. And again, the least compact district is District 58, which was not a changed district. And then on the Schwartzberg test, let's see, I think that's Schwartzberg. Yeah, Schwartzberg, okay. Okay, and again, it's the least compact on the overall plan is District 58, not one that was changed. Look at REOC. And the least compact is District 29, which was not one that was changed. And then the length width. Okay, so it's 0.56 for District 10, which is a district that was changed. And again, it doesn't mean that it's not compact. It just means that one of the changed districts is at the low end of compactness on this one test. And then this one, it's District 58, which was not changed. So on one test, on the length width test, one of the districts that was changed is the least compact in the entire plan. But I think if we look back at other plans, for example, even in the last report that we looked at, the value for this least compact district, 0.56, we can compare that if you want to the value of another district that we've looked at.
Well, one thing, didn't District 5 show up as least compact on some of those measures in the previous report, and this time it's tending to show up as most compact?
Well,
So
right,
that's an
because
improvement.
so think about it this way. The previous District 5, if you recall, basically is where the current District 6 was going from parts of Detroit all the way up to Birmingham or in that area. So it was like the letter I or the number 1. So that the number 1 does not fill a circle very well, but a square, which is what the new District 5 is, fills a circle pretty well. And in terms of this test, the length width test, a square has almost equal, well, by definition, a square has equal length and, but here this is almost a square. So that's why it is much more compact than the previous plan on this district. I'm pulling up the DAISY too and just looking at the length width. So here it's 0.37 on the length width. That's correct. No, sorry, that's Schwartzberg. I thought that was wrong. Okay, length width. It was 0.33 for District 5. So if we look at this district, it's 0.56. So arguably, the plan that is drafted here in Daisy 2 has a single district that is more compact than the least compact district in Hickory.
So it's good, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to zero in on this without
Right.
looking at individual districts. This is a quick way you can say, okay, we have a district. So our District 10 that we've redrafted is 0.56 on this metric. However, the District 5, which is in the Daisy plan and in the Hickory plan, is less compact than this new District 10. So that's just one way to get a quick glance at that number and not be fazed by it. Okay. I think I went through all the compactness scores. I think, yeah. And I saved the compactness report there as well.
So is there any other comment on this map in terms of advantages or disadvantages, what you like, don't like? Okay, then we can look at Bergamot 2. Anthony, do you remember what specifically is different about Bergamot 1 and 2? Is it just Harper Woods?
Yeah, it's the same map, except instead of having the gross points combined with St. Clair Shores, making that lakeshore community of interest, it instead has the points grouped up with Harper Woods representing that community of interest, and it slightly changes districts. I think it's District 12 to make up for that population change. I'm sorry, it's District 13. It looks like 13, 12, and 10, that area of 3 districts.
So does anyone have any thoughts on that? I mean, we heard comments on that going either way. You can look back to the portal and you see some people say the points should be with St. Clair, and then you hear some people say Harper Woods. So I'm not sure if there's a consensus there.
Miss Callahan, you're muted. It looks like you're trying to say something. We can't hear you.
I was talking. I just asked if anybody else had any other comments on this map. It looks to me like the population, the continuity, the communities of interest, with the exception of the lake shore, is the same. Partisan fairment is the same. So if anybody has any specific comments on that lake shore community, I think the public comment went both ways on that one. So
Yeah, I was just gonna say, public comment has gone both ways, so I guess we can put them both out there and see what the public comments are.
So I suppose we should run again the compactness score, Mr. Morgan.
Okay. Okay, and I'll point out that Ken Stegall informed me that there is a Zoom function on this. So Zoom in. Okay, so on the, let's see, the Polsby Popper, The least compact district is District 58, which was not a district that was changed. And then on the Schwartzburg, District 58 is the least compact at 0.37. Not a district that was changed in this plan. And this should be REOC. Let's try that again. There we go. All right, so District 29 is the least compact on REOC, not a district that was changed. And then length width. District 10 is the least compact in this plan, but as we talked about before, this is, while it's the least in the plan, it's not the least in the Hickory plan. So you're within the range of the Hickory plan. Again, these are just quick checks without looking at all the individual districts, which we could also do if you like. And then the last one is the least compact district is District 58, which was not changed in this plan. And again, I'm just saving this so that if I need it, I can refer to it again. Okay. Commissioner Callahan, you're muted.
So is there anything else on this map? Any other comments from anyone? If not, we'll go to Spirit of Detroit next. Okay, I think on this map, we're good with population. And Mr. Morgan, you have run the contiguous check?
Yes.
Okay. So next we're looking at communities of interest. Does anyone have any comments? I'll start off. I like this map. I like the way it, I like the way the Dearborn area is divided up. I like the downriver community. I like the 8 Mile line. There's a lot of crossover in this map, but I think in every instance it is done in a way that is respectful of the communities in the area, keeps interested communities close together, but at the same time does not overwhelm Detroit by taking in communities from way up northern suburbs and bringing them down into the city. So that's just my comment. Commissioner Horton?
What was my question? It was for Brittany. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. It'll come back.
You're mute. There you go.
I remember. How many districts were changed in this map? Do we know?
Yeah, maybe.
So you got, I got a
Let's-
list here. You got
Yeah.
the 7 that we required,
Mhm.
plus the three that are in the middle, so 7, 9, and 13. And then in addition to that, you have 1,
1, 3, 5,
two-
and 6.
yes.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Also 2, because Melvindale got put into 2.
So I think 11 districts. I think, though, and I think Commissioner Callahan said it in a pretty comprehensive way, although it's like, whoa, 11 districts. I think there were minor but important changes, minor changes made to the districts that weren't violated but had huge impacts on the city of Detroit. I can't speak for Mr. Braden, but I think this is an example of a tweak. I think the Detroit area looks dramatically different because it's supposed to look dramatically different, but the rest of the map as a whole does not. And I think that it basically by this map, I think we're collaboratively drawing at a good pace. And I think this map represents the commission as a whole, having an understanding of Detroit, if that makes sense. I said, like, in my opinion before, and it's fine, we had mixed advice and folks weren't comfortable with Detroit, but I think the Spirit of Detroit map has like all of our hands in it, and demonstrates, like I said, our understanding of Detroit and the communities that have spoken out. I think it's a very responsive map as well. I'm interested to see that area of 4, 5, 16, and 17 zoomed in, John, if we can. And then just like colloquially, I don't think it does anything strange, if that makes sense. I don't think we're pulling from any areas. I don't think we're borrowing from neighborhoods for population. I think it just does a really good job. Can you zoom in some more? I'm sorry, I want to see something. Okay, I think I see what I need to see. Can you go west? I want to look at 17. I think this is pretty much the same. 16 and 17, that's to the west.
Yeah, the boundary is Southfield Road here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. If anything, and I know Commissioner Eid has his hand up. I saw what I need to see, John. It doesn't fix the area that I was talking about previously. If anything, I would be interested to see what this map looks like compared to the area that was referenced, map 1510 for the MEMA and Arab community. Just as a reference, I want to see how closely or how far apart this map addresses that COI's concern, but those are my comments.
Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, no, I agree. I like this map quite a bit. I think the communities of interest are well represented in this map. In District 1, you have the downriver configuration that most of us have agreed with in the past, the past map. And this actually was a evolution of the map we were just looking at and how it was created. You have District 9 being both a downtown and midtown district, but it doesn't go all the way up into District 8 like how the previous maps were. And I think that is exactly what folks want to see. I think you got District 7 that supports the Bengali APIA community of interest. You have District 4 that is wholly in Detroit this time. And this does cross the state. This plan, this draft plan does cross 8 Mile, but I think in the way that it does it, it's a really good thing. We know from the last census that people did move out of Detroit into those suburbs that are in southern Oakland and Wayne County, and this reflects that in ways that make sense, right? It makes sense to have some of Oak Park be with some of Detroit. It makes sense, as we've heard time and time again now, to have Ferndale be with Harper Woods. And I also think it does a good job in the northern Oakland County district and District 6, putting Royal Oak with Huntington Woods and up to Berkeley and Birmingham makes a whole lot of sense to me. I don't love that it takes Melvindale out of District 3, but I spoke to that before. I think it's a fine compromise because it does change that population to have the rest of Dearborn included in District 3 without splitting the population in such a way where you're putting all of the community centers from the community into only one district. And I think if you look at that C1510 map, that is what you will find. It does a good job of distributing the population between districts 3 and 15 to support 2 districts that could possibly support a community of interest instead of just one. I also like how it combines, if you can go a little bit northeast. Yeah, I like the District 12 configuration as well, putting East Point with parts of northeastern Detroit. I think works well. I think it's supported by the public comment. It keeps those 3 neighborhoods together that wanted to be together. Their names escape me at the moment, but Commissioner Cullen brought them up quite a bit. And yeah, I think this is a great map.
Does anybody else have any comments?
This would be my last comment. I know that folks in Grosse Pointe and the Shores might have some feelings, and I deeply respect them as a community as well. I think ultimately the decision comes down to, like we said, what needs to be changed so that the changes that we're tasked with making can actually happen. And I think it's important, not just for the record, but for communities listening to know, ultimately, hopefully, no matter what you believe, I hope that there could be some consensus that we're all one community and that one relies on the other. And this is an example, like bringing the abstract to the exercise of and the job of having to map. This is an example of what might feel like a sacrifice or a misunderstanding of a community, but the necessary implications for drawing for the city. Yeah. Or something else I was going to say, but my tooth started to hurt again.
Okay, does anyone want to see a neighborhood map or anything like that? No?
I think we
Okay.
looked at that a lot when we were drawing this or when this was being
Yeah.
drawn. So maybe just compactness.
Yeah, so let's see if we can get the compactness score analysis.
Okay, so on the Polsby popper, again, just to quickly summarize, we'll look at the least compact district. So the least compact district is District 58, which was not a changed district. On Schwartzburg, the least compact district is District 58, which was not a changed district. On Rioch, the least compact district is 29, which was not a changed district. And on the length width, it is District 29, which was not a changed district. And on the convex hull, It's District 58, which was not a changed district.
Okay. Okay, so if no one has any other questions or comments on this map, we'll move on to the next one. That would be the tulip plan.
I would like to hear all of the commissioner voices if people are able and willing to speak, because these maps are the collaborative ones. So there weren't just, myself, Commissioner Orton, Commissioner E, Commissioner Callahan drawing. It would be helpful if we could all speak to the maps so that we don't come away with this idea, which has happened in the past. This is your map. This is Commissioner so-and-so's map. None of these maps are individual maps.
I agree with that. Having said that, I'm going to say this is a map that I did start. And it was the premise of this map was to make as few changes as possible to stay within the court reasonable boundaries. And so it only changed the required ones plus 4, 9, and 13. And we went through that exercise and we created this map, but I would have to say, I don't like this map. I would be perfectly fine if we dropped this map. But having said that, we'll still go through the exercise here and let anyone else who would like to comment, go ahead. Commissioner E.
Well, I kind of agree with you. I like that we have a map that only changes what's required plus 9, 4, and 13. I think it's good to have that in there to show what is reasonable or what is not reasonable. I think we've kind of, we'll have that debate later, but I think collectively we've kind of seen what is reasonable and what is not reasonable. So, besides that point, though, I do think there are some good communities of interest in here. They're a little different than what's in the other maps. District 9 on here, it doesn't go quite up as far into 8 Mile as we've seen in the Bergamot map, for example. It kind of stops at a more reasonable point and goes more up the river to Belle Isle. You have a District 4 in this case that is fully in Detroit. And because in this one, Melvindale, District 3 didn't change, meaning Melvindale is still with Dearborn. To make up for that, we took the downriver area and put the more industrial parts of Dearborn with it. I think that's why you see it kind of creates a backwards C shape in District 1 on this one. Which configuration of Grosse Pointe is in this map? So this one has the Grosse Pointe configuration with St. Clair Shores, and it has East Point being with northeastern Detroit and Harper Woods. And I think it has the same 7 and 14 as as some of the other districts. that we-
Mhm. It still does not do anything about the split between in Royal Oak Township. Royal Oak is still yoked, down with some of the more southern suburbs. This whole district, right? Well, I'm using my cursor to circle it. You can't tell, but that area still doesn't make very much sense to me. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Morgan, would you like to do the compactness?
Okay. Okay, so this is the tulip plan on the Polsby Popper. And the least compact is District 58, which was not changed. And next on the Schwartzberg. The least compact is District 58, which was not a changed district in this plan. Rioch is next. And Rioch is District 5 is the lowest, and that's 0.13. But as we've noted, District 5 was not changed. So this is the same configuration as the Hickory plan. So therefore, this was not a district that was changed. On the length width, District 5 is the least compact, which was not a changed district. And then on the convex hull, it's District 58. So in this case, none of the least compact districts were districts that were redrawn in this.
Okay. Does anyone else have any thoughts?
Just that we have received, I remember two distinct occasions where we received public comment that was very strong about the tulip map. I think I wrote it down. One was like, throw out the tulip map. And then there was another gentleman that spoke about it not being very good at all. I don't want to get his name wrong, so I'm not going to guess, but yeah, there has been public comment about people not liking tulip for the same reasons that we just outlined here.
Okay. That means the next map is our last one on the list for now, Water Lily. I think this is a map that was created as an iterative step towards Spirit of Detroit. But I'm not 100% sure if someone can speak to that.
Yeah, it was a collaborative map that used bergamot, but had a Detroit configuration, and then had a tweak of the Lakeshore district. However, it is in many ways way different than, sorry, I'm off camera. it's in many ways way different than Spirit of Detroit, because Spirit of Detroit makes significant changes. So the word iterative is very important, because originally what I was going to do is I was going to name this one I was working on, the Spirit of Detroit changes. I was going to make it that, but then I changed the Lakeshore District first. And so I kind of abandoned the map when I was making the more significant changes for the Detroit area. So admittedly, yeah, that's what happened with this map.
So does Commissioner E?
Yeah, this right now is probably my second favorite of the bunch. The biggest difference between, in my eyes at least, between this map and Spirit of Detroit is that this one doesn't cross 8 Mile at all. 8 Mile acts as a dividing line here, and different people can have different opinions on if that's good or bad. I personally think it's bad. I think it's a barrier in many ways. But you do have, districts 4 and 5 again being solely in Detroit. I mean, actually all of these, most of these are solely in Detroit because it doesn't cross 8 Mile at all. Districts 1 and 9 are very similar to what's in Spirit of Detroit. So this map has that going for it in that regard, and it doesn't cross 8 Mile. Some people are going to think that's good. Some people are going to think that's bad. I do think it is different enough to keep in the running. I think it's a good map. I don't like it as much as Spirit of Detroit, but I still think it's an all right choice.
Does anyone else have thoughts? Cynthia?
Well, I would just agree with that. It's different. So I think we need to give the public some different options and hear what they have to say.
Aaron, Commissioner Wagner?
I agree with you both. I would just ask that we change the colors for 4 and 8 just because they're so similar before we say this, please. Thank you.
That's better. And if you could run the compactness report, please.
Okay. Okay, so on the Polsby Popper, again, just the quick analysis, we're just looking at the least compact district is District 58, which was not a changed district. On Schwartzburg, the least compact district is District 58, so that's not a changed district. On Riak, the least compact is District 29, which was not a changed district. On the length width, it's the least compact is District 29, which was not a changed district. And then on the convex hull, the least compact is District 58, which was not a changed district.
Okay. Is there anything else? All right, then that's it. I think that's the end of the map list.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Callahan and Mr. Morgan, for walking us through that. So next on our agenda is Executive Director Report. Do you have something further, Mr. Woods?
Yes, thank you so much, Commissioner Orton. I sent out a request for quote. As you know, we're under a timeline for getting our information out to the public with regards to public hearings. And we really want to get the word out and get a firm that is familiar with Detroit to participate. I sent you guys some information in your emails and I'll share it on the screen. Obviously, we wanted to, with regards to two things. Our procurement policy asks for a 7-day notice, which we want to waive. And then obviously there's a 24-hour notice that commission likes to have to review materials. And we want that waived as well, so we can immediately go out for bid. So let me share my screen and we can go over the process. Let me know if you can see it and if it's, is it zoomed at a good, so you can see it clearly?
I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Basically, we're trying to reconfigure maps. As you all know, we're under federal court order for districts 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14 for the Michigan House of Representatives. We want to provide opportunity for their voice, City of Detroit residents, to be heard through traditional and non-traditional sources that target the diversity of the City of Detroit residents in each of the cities. I want to repeat cities, 7 neighborhood districts. As you know, Mr. Ray Solomon from the City of Detroit identified those 7 city districts. They're listed on the map at the City of Detroit Neighborhood and Neighborhood Department. And so we want to make sure we reach out to those areas. Scope of work, we're looking for an experienced creative research or public relation firm that has intimate knowledge of the demographics of the City of Detroit. Once again, we're looking for firms that have intimate knowledge of the City of Detroit. They will construct and execute a public relation plan that educates residents on redistricting, shares why their input is needed in reconfiguring these 7 districts. 7 districts being the 7 districts in the Michigan House of Representatives, and the opportunities available to provide feedback. We want to start the campaign this coming Monday, the 5th of February, and it ends Friday, the 23rd. Based on our calendar, there might be some follow-up to the public hearing meetings that we have on the 22nd with regards to interviews. The things or the dates of the campaign that are important. We want to really push the virtual town hall meeting that we talked about earlier today, the public hearing on the 21st, the public hearing on the 22nd, to be determined, identify opportunities to collaborate with organizations, to speak with the City of Detroit residents in any of the city's 7 neighborhood districts, and to be determined interviews and promotional materials to drive attendance and engagement at the meetings referenced above. The requirements that we're looking for in this proposal is definitely want to put emphasis on years of experience and summarize their campaigns and targeting various demographics age 18 or older, including the city's 7 neighborhood districts in the City of Detroit. So we're looking for experience and the campaigns they worked on in the past. We want to know their experience in working with traditional and non-traditional media personalities and influencers who could assist in what we're trying to do. We want them to develop and execute a multimedia public relations plan to increase engagement. We want to identify the principal and their resume for their project. Want to know about three references and their contact information that can attest to their experience, resume and hourly for everyone working on the project, and then an estimated budget. We're looking to get this done as quickly as possible, but because of the immediate need for it and getting this information out. So we want to get it out today, post it on the website, and then have a vote on Thursday afternoon February 1 to secure a firm. We would require that the proposal would be due on Thursday, February 1st at 1 o'clock. And then we would compile the results and give the commission a summary of the proposals received so they could vote that afternoon. And then we would start with the MICRC orientation this Friday at 9 o'clock. The evaluation criteria we'd evaluate the RSV based on best value, not the lowest bid, and it will take into consideration the 7 items listed under requirements in ranked order. People have questions with regards to the bid, they can contact me directly. So I would appreciate entertaining a motion that would do 3 things, Commissioner Orton. 1, waive the commission's rule of procedure for 24-hour notice. 2, waive the 7-day posting requirement before the commission acts. And then 3, approve the request for quote as presented to be issued out today.
Commissioner Lett?
Yeah, since what we're looking at, we're already about 2 weeks behind. I would move those 3 items that Edward just mentioned as action for the commission to take right now.
Second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move those 3 items forward. Is there any discussion on that? Commissioner Wagner?
I just have one. Could someone recite what all 3 items were one more time for me, please? Thank you.
Director Woods, would you do that?
Sure. 1, it deals with the commissioner's requirement to have a 24-hour notice in terms of receiving the request for a quote. 2, it deals with the requirement for it to be posted on the website as listed in our procurement guidelines. And then 3, it approves the request for quote as is.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner
Just one
Wagner?
more. Just one more. And did you say we already had a quote and to contact you personally? Was that it?
No, I don't have any quotes,
Okay, that's-
Commissioner Wagner.
Thank
I
you.
want to issue this out so that we can get quotes and get someone started right away. We're behind the 8th ball.
Oh, definitely. Let's do it.
Okay, if there's no other, Commissioner Eid.
My only comment is we're not only changing Detroit at this point. A lot of these maps have pretty significant changes in Oakland County too. So it might be good to have someone who can do both areas. Just keep that in mind, I suppose.
What do you mean by both areas, Commissioner Eid?
Communication with both areas.
Oh, sure,
Yeah.
sure. So,
Okay. Go ahead.
no, I think what Commissioner Eid is making sure, in identifying the districts, we also identify those that are maybe impacted by the reconfiguration as well, so that we're more inclusive.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing else, then we will take a vote. All in favor of approving this? I just lost the word.
Waivers.
Okay. This motion to waive the timelines and to get this quote out. Raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes have it and the motion passes.
Madam Chairperson, that's all that I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So without objection, I will ask Sarah Reinhardt or Mike Brady if they have anything from the Department of State. Hearing no objection, please proceed. Okay, I'm assuming there's nothing since I heard nothing.
Oh, sorry. I thought I unmuted myself. I said, thank you, Madam Chair. No updates from us today.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so correspondence was available, which was received in advance, to
Excuse me, Madam
each of
Chair.
us. Yes, Commissioner Wagner.
I am sorry. In regards to MDOS updates, if Ms. Reinhardt could tell me when we can get transcripts, because I noticed there's quite a few transcripts and minutes missing on our website. How backlogged are we in doing that, please? And thank you.
The transcript should be up through last week. But if there are certain ones that you've noticed that are missing, please feel free to reach out and let me know, and I'll work to get those posted. But right now they should be up through the 26th.
Okay, thank you. Are there any announcements from any commissioners? Seeing none, the items on our agenda are completed and we have no further business today. A motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Second.
So it's moved and seconded that we adjourn. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor of adjourning, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned at 5:02 p.m.